Hi, Eve. Hey, Anastasia. Eve, darling. Guess what? I went to the post office. They said you should get it by the 3rd, okay? Hey, darling. J. Clark. Rescue me not. Fried green tomatoes. I love fried green tomatoes. Eve has got us covered on everything. Hey, Selena. Well, you guys know I'm a whippersnapper anyway. You never know what's going to come out my mouth. Not lies, though. Remain calm. Does not fib. I will not fib about nothing. So, we're going to get into some Jody Sue Brown today. I've got a few things to show ya. I want to show ya. You know what? I think I want to be a rapper like Benny. I want to be a rapper like Benny. Sitting in jail 'cause I got in trouble. Well, that's not really rapping, is it? Sitting in jail 'cause I got in trouble. Someone came along and burst my little bubble. Oh, poor Benny. Benny and the Jets. Benny, call me, okay? I'll video you. Just don't tell me you love me, okay? Don't tell me. You might get me all flustered. Oh, Benny. I feel bad for you, Benny. I pray for you. I do. I know I make fun of you, but you put yourself out there to be made fun of. Well, hey, Lori. Oh, Lori's got a migraine. I'm so sorry, Lori, that you have a migraine. I really am. Let's start off here with a little picture. Because I want to show you this crazy stuff. All right. This is a picture, okay, of Grandma Candy. Because, you know, if I call her Grandis, I had somebody was like, why you call her Grandis if you know she don't like it? Well, number one, if I call her Grandis, I don't give a shit if she likes it or not. Okay? Is that a better answer? But I do try to call her Grandma Candy. Now, I want you to look at this picture. All right? I mean, I'm sorry I'm showing you guys this picture this soon. Okay? Oh, you heard Don Wales has been acting up as usual? Does that surprise you, Lori? Don Wells is afraid we're not going to talk about him anymore. It's exactly what's wrong with Don Wells. He's afraid he won't be the big celebrity in social media anymore. He's afraid he's going to not be the biggest celebrity on this internet. I said it. Internet heaven. All right, you guys, look at this picture.
Grandmother of missing 5-year-old Summer Wells is currently not living in her camper in Ben Hill Road. She is with her sister at the moment and not sure when she will return. However, we have now learned that Grandma Candy has an older brother with a dark past. His name is Warren Harrer, and he is Candace Bly's uncle.
That is Grandma Candace's brother. Okay? And thank you, Evil Exist. I believe this is okay. This is her brother.
He is 63 years old, and the resemblance to Grandma Candy is striking. He is charged with 8 counts of incest with a child. That is utterly shocking, right? He was basically found guilty, but not guilty due to mental illness. In 1994, he pleaded no contest to the 8 counts of incest. There seems to be a very dark and disturbing cycle of abuse that really needs to come to an end. I am not sure how old Candace was at the time of Warren's conviction. However, Rose Marie Bly, who is Candace's youngest sister, was around 7 years old. She is still missing at this time, and there are no solid leads. If you have any information about the disappearance of Summer Wells or Rose Marie Bly, please contact the relevant authorities.
Thank you for that. Pretty little Summer. Wasn't Rose beautiful? She's really pretty. It's hard to look at Rose and then Candace, right? Anywho, that is what they look like. So we've got Grandma. There's Grandma. Take a good look at her. And then here's her brother. I wish I knew how to do side-by-sides. Hey, that girl. Hey, Kathy. Who did I miss? I was going to say hi to somebody else that popped in. You guys know I hate when people pop in and I don't say it. Auntie M. There she is. Hey, girls and guys. I haven't seen Bren, but, you know, I haven't been the sweetest person when I've been releasing my content. So maybe my mouth just was too potty-eyed for him. Okay. So, this fella here. Hey, Sassy. This fella right here. Right here. Grandma's brother. Okay. Pleaded no contest to 8 charges of incest. But he went to prison. When he was going to come out of prison, the state of Wisconsin, and I'm pretty sure I got my states right, did not even want him to be released. They felt he was still a danger to society. Hey, Jojo Husky. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate you popping in there, darling. I'll try, if you're listening, I'll try not to get too loud, okay? Because I know you got a migraine. Can't promise you, though. You know I get feisty, girl. All right. So, there's that piece of little info on that, okay? So, let's just get rid of that. Now, let me show y'all this. All right, this is the big thing everybody's talking about, right? Don's sitting there. You can kind of see it in his eyes. He's a little messed up, isn't he? Just a little. Okay, Lloyd, you take that Excedrin, darling. So, let's play it. And y'all know something? If Don and Candace don't want me to commentate on their little videos, then they need to quit making them. Doggone it. So, here we go. Now, this one don't have any sound to it, but we know Candace is in the background going, I love ya. I love ya. Come back. Let me tell you what. old Candace with her little thingy on her leg. Let me make that a little bit. Oh no, I gotta make it bigger. She's not even sitting on the freaking mattress. She's sitting on the side of the bed, right? She's got her little thing on her foot because it's broke. Okay. She got a broke leg. Don had to come back to Tennessee. And I can guarantee you, oh, Candace is like, dude, you're flipping leaving me. You're taking the Subaru, just like you did when you got mad at me about Jose, right? And you took it away from me because you was mad. Well, I take that back. Let me clarify what I mean. I think he got the Subaru as a, let me buy you something, right? Let me buy you something because you called law enforcement on me for getting in a fight with Jose. Hey, Coco. Right? Getting in a fight with Jose. But then he got mad at her, and I think that's why he started driving the Subaru. He said because it just sat there. Why would you just leave a brand new vehicle sitting up there on the hill and not freaking drive it, right? I ain't buying it, Mr. Wells. But see, Candace is in the back. Baby, come back. You guys know that song, right? Any kind of fool could see. I can't sing. My throat's really messed up, you guys. So whoever is going around saying, remain calm, that bitch can't sing, I'll be like, you're absolutely right. Well, that's interesting, Coco, because did Don really ever have a driver's license? The only way, if they took his license when he got in all that trouble, right, that he could drive is if a judge told him that if a judge said, gave him special privileges, right, and that he could drive back and forth to work. So maybe that's a little bit of a problem that his probation officer is having also. Also, I think it was JLR, if I'm wrong, please forgive me, that talked about the fines that Don owed. If you remember, he was trying to suck people out of $10,000 to pay all his fines, right? Anastasia said, just because I can't sing doesn't mean I won't. Someone said his year was up in February. Well, let me tell you, sister, Don could not behave himself until February. Don. But, you know, Don, he'll be driving back to Tennessee and he'll be talking to Candace. He'll be like, there's a tear in my R&R because I'm crying for you, dear. You are on my lonely mind. Hey, come on, Joe. Today's just a silly little day today. It's raining here, and I figured, why not? So, this is Candace in all her glory. Isn't she special? Did we decide that she was licking the windows in the short bus? I can't remember. Or if she fell out of the short bus too. Or if she just rode on it. And no. Hey, Angel Eyes. I am not making fun of anyone who has a disability whatsoever. But Lord, it's so fun to make fun of Candace. So there she is in all her glory. Thank you for this, Candace and Don. We appreciate y'all so much.
I love you. Love you.
I love you. I love you. Donnie, come back. Don't go to Tennessee and forget about me, Don, and take off to the hanging out with the mafia and getting that coke. Don't you do it, Don. Oh, you were laughing at me singing? A lot of people laugh at me, period. Anyone believes they are not drunk and stoned should see the doctor. Something's wrong with you. I agree, Coco. I agree. And thank you, Missy, for putting up our Summer Wells went missing June 15, 2021 from Rogersville, Tennessee. She is still missing today. If you have any credible information about Summer Wells' case, contact 1-800-TBI-FIND. Thank you for that, Eve. Girl, you can laugh at me if you want, or you can laugh with me. I'm fine with either one. So now we have a Don. Look at Don. Holy moly. Stay back, women. I know y'all want him. You can't help yourselves. Y'all just want to jump right through this monitor and just grab him, right? Squeeze his butt a little bit. He's so messed up. He lost figuring his crap out, right? Oh, Don. Oh, Donnie boy. All right. Now, okay. I've got, well, I'll tell you guys what, I really do like Evil Exists. That's where I love the videos they put out. He is evil looking, isn't he? Fried green tomatoes. He is evil looking. He is one of the main celebrities on the Centernet. That's what it is. It's the Centernet. Okay? So let's look at this. Let's look at Candace here. And her I don't get drunk or high. This is her I don't get drunk or high, right? And thank you again, Evil Exists.
The 8th July 2021, just 23 days after her daughter, Summer Wells, was reported missing from her home in Ben Hill Road, Candace Bly took to Facebook to not plead for her daughter's return, but to rather post a picture of her ex-friend, Allie, and son, Hunter.
Allie. Candace said she had a washer. Why in the hell didn't you wash that shirt you had on? Maybe that's why Jose didn't want to twiddle with her, right? Hey, Brian, I was just talking about you earlier. I was wondering where you been, right? Candace consistently worried about Allie. Allie. Right? She never went on to talk about Summer missing or anything like that, but there's Allie, her best friend, that they, had a falling out over Jose, right? Jose. Spelled, if you ask David Cohen, Hose, not Jose. David says Jose, not Jojo Jose, right? Hey, Jimmy Rhino. Nice to see you. And no, David Cohen, I unblocked you. And you're more than welcome to come back over here. Hey, Days. But don't ever tell anybody in my chat, F you, okay? It ain't going to work on my channel there, Gooberhead, okay? And also, just as a public service announcement on Remain Calm's channel, April C., I haven't blocked you, but I'll tell you what, if your ass cannot come up on my panel, right? If you cannot come up on my panel when you show up in my chat, then don't show up in my chat. Because a lot of people in the galaxy are just really sick of your shit. And I'm kind of one. But I always treat everybody nice, okay? So come on over, April. Come up on my panel. And we'll have a really nice discussion about some things that I'm going to kind of get to, okay? All right. So here's beautiful Alan. Boy, Jose, he just couldn't get enough of that. But he says, I only slept with her one time. Really, Jose? Because you wanted the bigger fish. You wanted Candace, who had 11.5 acres.
She captioned it, I'm just going to leave this here. Many wondered why she made such a random post, but it seems that she explained her reasoning, and here it is. Candace stated that at first there was a picture going around. The picture was of a person with a fat gut, and a plate with a lighter and spoon sitting on the table. Candace says that everyone was pointing at her, saying that she's doing drugs. Instead of not caring what people thought, except the authorities who were trying to find her missing daughter, Candace decided to defend herself against these so-called haters. She went into her gallery and found the original picture, and it was Ali sitting behind that plate. Candace went on to explain that Ali just got done eating fried green tomatoes, and she just set her lighter there.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, that makes me think of my fried green tomatoes in a totally different way. Not you, fried green tomatoes. Not you. Fried green tomatoes. Allie. Do we need David Cohen to buy Allie a shirt too? We know she needs a bra. Also. And David's rich, he said.
She says that they weren't doing anything, and that she doesn't even do drugs. Candace also said that once Ali found out that Summer was gone, they twisted everything around and made up a bunch of lies.
Oh, Candace don't do drugs. Why does everybody blame her? Why does everybody say she's lying? Because she's a lying scammer who does drugs and needs a bra. Well, you know, the food drip is prime indication that she just got done eating something. Oh, Lord help us. Lord help us. All right, this next thing I have is just I'm just going to kind of go over something here. It's in my email, so let me see. I have to do this a certain way because I can't really. I don't want to. It was sent to me by somebody. Now, this was sent to me. Hey, Palm. This was sent to me in my email from a creator on Thursday, July 21st, 2022, at 2:30 p.m. to be exact. I'm not going to say who sent it, and I'm not going to say who the person is that is telling this situation. When Miss April C. was kind of put into my life by a certain creator, right? I couldn't figure out why, within 10 minutes of even talking to April, she had sent me like 30 freaking emails, right? I didn't want no part of that shit. Didn't pay a whole lot of attention to it. She was adamant that Don was home that day. I didn't argue with her on that, right? I think Don was home that day. Oh, but the truck that was wrecked and the time the cops got there and I never said she was wrong. I just really didn't give a shit, right? About that red truck that was up over the embankment. So this creator, it basically introduced me to April. I was a nice person and everything. Well, so then, you know, the they start talking about Andrew Hiltz the day he went to Tennessee, and something about having uh, 14 individuals in the back of the U-Haul that they were taking up there to do bad things to little children, is the bottom line to it. So I hadn't even started my channel yet, right? So I get sent this. So they're talking to this creator. And don't ask me why this creator sent this to me, right? Hey, 24, right? Have no fucking clue why it was sent to me. Okay. I changed my handle of YouTube because I am an advocate for developmentally delayed in New York City. And our state is a socialist mindset. Is in a socialist mindset, total socialist mindset. I am the girl who commented about her abuse. Actually, I was trafficked 2 times before I was 3. I was sold by family members twice, and then my beautiful grandmother of gypsy descent bought me and kept me. Thank God. Yes, thank God for you, person. At the age of 10, she had a stroke, and then the state took me away because my mother was a profound addict. This was in the 70s. I am recovered, but I do have a network of social workers and friends and fellow foster care family that are all watching this for in New York State. With that being said, these screenshots are current. Within a year or less since New York State shut down. I am going to follow these emails with more proof, but please be careful. This group is all over New York, and they are using old East Coast pill route from Albany, New York, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, down to Florida. All law enforcement is very concerned. So I believe that the federal government is definitely aware, but defund the police has destroyed all morality and child protection. But those boys are throwing gang signs, and all those people who are lying in Summer's case are probably petrified to say it. I would be. I have always believed that Andrew Hiltz, now this is an email that I got July of 2022 from a creator. I have always believed that Andrew Hiltz has been e-bagging because he can't move men to Tennessee anymore due to the eyes that are now on him. In my opinion, him, Allie, Candace, Jose Roman, and that box truck that went to Ben Hill with 15 men to supposedly move, was moving men there to pick up and pay to rent those children. I believe their fear is real. MS-13 members have been landing every night in upstate New York. They also move meth and pills and children. There's a connection here. I know it. All of my fellow advocates from upstate know it. I think that pic you found is a connection. I will send more following this email. Now, let me tell you guys something, okay? I question Andrew Hiltz a lot. He came up on my panel a couple of times. You know, he kind of popped up, and this is the thing. When you have somebody pop up in your chat and you invite them up on panel, it's usually a last minute thing, right? It's not something that you're expecting. So you know, unless I have 3.5 hours of his time to question him, uh, stuff that he talked about, I mean, I kind of had to throw my hands up in the air. I never once said that I believed everything that Andrew Hill said, right? Could you believe some of it? Sure. Do I think that he's can tell some stories? You better believe it. They're all from the Sinternet, right? Sinternet, Sinternet, right? So, what kind of disturbed me about this email, right, is because number one, I hadn't even started my channel. Number two, um, this email in my mind, right, was not for me. But then there were a lot of other emails that were kind of coming around, right? And I'm like, where's a lot of these emails coming from? They don't make sense, right? So then, I think a lot of emails that were going around were, because this email, I can look at it, right? Now, this is the shit that completely tried to. This is the shit April kept trying to send me, right? I'm that girl, I'm Mary. My name's Mary, honey. My name's Mary. I'm sorry. I just assume a lot of people know my name's Mary. I've just never hid my name before. So my son was just deployed to the border to stop human trafficking and drugs from the cartel and terrorists. Well, I pray for him, Bren. It's horrible. Andrew and gang were definitely there for nefarious reasons. He didn't move out of his house. CCT has a copy of his daughter's TikTok showing their house was not packed up. You know, this is the thing. Before I could jump to saying that was true about Andrew, and hear me out. You know, I have my feelings about Andrew too. But, you know, if he came over and chat, I'd be respectful to him. I'm not going to be a dick, you know, because I'm not like that. Do I have a lot of questions for him? Yes, I do. I really do. But, you know, he's on the Sinternet. Andrew and the Sinternet, right? So, peas in a pod. Huge bust and around in Andrew's area just after they left for Tennessee. There's an article about it. In my opinion, they took off with products. Somehow they knew the bus was coming. You know, my big question was when they talked about the storage unit, I wondered because they kept showing receipts for the U-Hauls, which don't mean a freaking thing, to be honest. I could show you a receipt for a fucking U-Haul or a rented car or anything like that. It doesn't say what you've got in the U-Haul, okay? But as far as the storage unit, they get a storage unit, unpack it, right, into the unit, and within a very short period of time, they gotta take everything out of it and put it back in. He also mentions giving Candace like a table or something, right? So I always question if the storage unit actually wasn't Candace's storage unit. Because I never seen no receipts on the storage unit, right? Then, so that is an email I got. And I can go down. It's showing MS-13 gang members, hand signs, all that other stuff. There's a couple there's a couple articles about the M13, stuff that they were doing and stuff like that. So I've said on this email all this time. But then when April thought she was going to come into my chat and try to blow smoke up my ass and tell me she wasn't doing the conniving shit she was doing, I was like, well, wait a minute. Why you gonna mess with me? I was being nice. But anyhow, that's the narrative that April's trying to push. Hey, Suzette. I wonder if Candace was going to try and sell them her place, but when they got there, it fell through. I don't know, because I believe that it was Killer Looks that somehow associated 120 acres. She didn't send me this email. Another creator did. And I'm like, this is the way I think about it, just to let y'all know. I'll even let you look at me while I'm saying it. If a creator sends you something like this and they're expecting you to act on it, right? Set on it like I did, because of the pure fact this creator never went this direction. This creator, I've never heard, well, I don't watch her anymore, but I've never heard her talk about this, right? So when April sent me all those emails, and let me tell you something, you guys, okay? She sent me a shitload of freaking emails. But the thing about it was, she didn't know me. And right away, she told me some things about her family. And right away, she starts sending me all these pictures of her and her husband on vacation and shit, right? I heard there was one person, a creator, causing discord. Oh, honey, there's a lot of creators that cause discord. Killer Look said that was the first time there. They were there for the race earlier. Oh, you mean, are you talking about Andrew? Right? Hey, Pearl Angel. I don't know. It's confusing to me, but all I'm saying is, if a creator, and like I said, I wasn't even a creator yet. I had been saying I was going to start my channel, but I wasn't going to take an email that is sent to me and just blindly go out and start talking about it, right? I wasn't going to do that. And the way that email was worded kind of set me off a little bit, because it sounded like that email was supposed to be a personal email. Oh, I got a hair out of place. I can't tell on the camera. Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lordy. So, I just kept it, never used it, didn't even think about it until April pissed me off yesterday. Thanks a lot, April. She originally said she saw H had posted on Facebook about Summer being in a well. People demand a receipt. She never showed it. She just quit talking about it. Are you talking about, April? April, who's went around for 2 years throwing the same content in everybody's chat about the freaking truck and her metadata, right? I got metadata. You know what, April? Fuck you and your metadata. I don't care. I don't care. You know, I was nice to you. I let you in my chat. You said you had a freaking channel, right? You said you had a channel, and we're dropping your channel, and then it's like, well, I never said I had a channel. I just said a few of us got together. Whatever. Don't try to twisty the words on me. I'm the wrong person to do that with. Oh, that girl, it's okay, honey. You don't want to know her. I shouldn't say that because, you know, I don't know. Maybe some people like her, but she's full of shit. So like I said, April, you're not blocked. But you come into my chat and you don't come up on my panel, just don't even bother to come over here. Okay? Don't bother to do it. Because where you piss me off, and I mean, gosh, you guys, Lips and Lisa, I don't want to say her name wrong. I call her Lisa Kruger. Even came into chat to prove your ass wrong. Yeah, see that. That's who it is. Happy Saturday, Poppy Red Mustang. But even after the last time I was in Justin's chat and I asked a question, and I don't go into chats very often, excuse me, and I can't remember what they were talking about. And I see you, she's very nice when she's in different chats and stuff. And she answered my question. Like I said, I can't remember what it was. And big old April, who thinks she's the big kahuna on the internet, right? Why did you answer that? You know, I only play with the big boys. Well, you know what, April? My channel's low budget, bitch. And I like my low budget channel. And just because I may not have 50,000 people watching, right? Or sub to me, makes me know never mind. So you keep your ass over there with the big kahunas, okay? Because I don't need your shit. But basically, that's the stuff she was talking about. You know, she was talking about all that stuff. I never went in that direction, and I'm going to tell you why. Thank you, Bryn. Is the pure fact that, yes, that stuff goes on, you guys. What that woman said in that email, I believe. I believe about the gangs. I believe about the trafficking, the pills, the trafficking children. I believe all that. It definitely goes on. But in that email, she calls out Allie, Candace, you know, Andrew and all of them. And the only reason I could not jump on that bandwagon is because I don't have receipts. And I don't like to put a lot of stuff out on my channel if the proof's not there. Sometimes I do it and let you guys know that there's no receipts saying this or anything else. So then I thought, well, you know, were they getting all this stuff to start with? Well, let me see if I can find something here for y'all, okay? All right, we're going to go to my watch later. Because y'all know I got a really weird watch later, right? I'm going to show a little bit of Nita's world. Now, before I do this, I know that there are people that feel Nita scammed them for some money. I understand that, and I'm very sorry about that. But there's really nothing you can do about it. once you send somebody money, there's nothing you can do about it. Do you get pissed off if you find out, you know, that they're not using it for maybe what you sent it for? Yeah, I mean, I can see where people get ticked off about it. Okay, and I'll give you an example. And believe me, I am not talking bad about this person. I'm just going to give you the example. So that Nita did do a lot of research, you guys, a lot. And the only reason I had a hard time watching her is because the live streams were hours. Okay, not as bad as Jody Sue, but hours and hours. Okay, thank you, Kai Mojo. I do try to have a little bit of integrity. But yeah, I'm not saying nothing bad about Nita. So I'm gonna give you an example of how scamming is done on the internet. So if you've got somebody who has a channel and they're out there and they're going, oh my God, you know, they're getting ready to repo my car. You know, I'm 5 months behind on payments. And you have subscribers who really care about that, right? And so they make sure to send the money to take care of it. But then you find out that, hey, where's Summer? You find out that this person's family has already paid it. Then you get a little pissed off, right? Because that person had to have known that their family had already paid that. But then you can't really say a whole lot for the pure fact that you sent them the money. But if you get caught not using it, the money that people send you for what you say you need it for, and they come for you. It's your own fault. You be scamming on this internet, right? You and P stalking each other. Why were you guys somewhere else before you come over here? That's funny. I know some of you guys watch other people before you come over here, and that's fine. My suggestion is to stop YouTube time and work. Brian, you are absolutely right on. Right on. I've had relationships with creators where I have said, you know what? Maybe you should get a job, and then with your free time, do your YouTube, if that's what you want to do. And I think I'm a little bit harder on a lot of these people because, hey, you know what? My check ain't that big. And it took me quite a few years to save up enough and accumulate what I needed to at least be a little bit, spot on with what I wanted to do. I really haven't gotten to 100% where I want to be, and that's fine. But I'm not going to see, I've seen it so much. When everybody started talking about Summer's case, right? And then they didn't have a laptop, or their computer was too slow, or they couldn't pay for their StreamYard or something like that. Well, their subscribers had already taken such a liking to them that when they would say things like, oh my gosh, I've got to have a new laptop, I got to have this, I got to have that, to keep my channel going, people would pay for them to get these items. There's a lot of good scammers on this internet, but I'm just the type of person, there's no way I could do that. Not at all. You know, I know that people struggle every day. Where I get mad is when I see these people who, are single, they may not have kids, um, they just hang out by themselves, they're on the internet, and they're expecting people to pay for their lifestyle. There are some very successful people on YouTube. They go on, I mean, look at Mr. Beast. That guy's, he's a big kahuna. What, millions of people or whatever? So he's made a job of it. He made a job of it to where, he's got shitloads of sponsors and stuff like that, right? Oh, I didn't know 24 that Justin had a job. Believe me, I'm not saying nothing bad about Justin. Like I said, he's pretty. He's a pretty fella. He's freaking prettier than I am. Justin, I think if I'm not mistaken, Molly Golightly kind of took Justin under her wing, and it worked for him. It works for him. So, and also, if you're married or have a significant other and they are out there working, and you may be home taking care of the kids, you got an hour, two in the day to hop on, YouTube and just touch base with people. Hey, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. And I will say this about Nita, okay? Just from what I've watched of her, I've not watched a lot of her, but I've watched enough. When Nita asked for donations, I'll say, she never said to donate to her so she could use it to go find Summer. I heard her say many a times, even though she, within a 3-hour live, she might have mentioned it 20 times. So you got to kind of go through that, right? And she would say things like, this is for me to get to the doctor or a doctor's appointment. That's what I heard her saying. I never heard her use Summer's name to scam for money. So if anybody else has, I haven't personally. Trevor Lee goes to college. He's been searching. Well, Palm, I commend Trevor, right? I do. I commend Trevor. Now, not to dog on Trevor, so people don't think I'm dogging on Trevor, okay? Young man going to college. He had pledged $2,000 to go towards Summer's reward fund. I've got a news clip somewhere where this news station was calling all these people because they're like, okay, well, these people are saying that they're giving to Summer's reward fund, so where's this money? On this news broadcast, the lady says that they contacted Trevor. And when they contacted him that morning, before they released it on the news, he went down and put the money into the account. So I don't know, and like I said, I'm not coming for Trevor. I don't know when he got on YouTube or Facebook or anything saying that he had already donated the money, right? But I I don't know how, because you guys realize pledging money and donating money are two different things. That's good, Summer, that you love Justin. I bet he loves you back too, baby. Only disagree with one thing he done when he didn't call out that Williams person for what she said about Monkey Bond. That pissed me off. Are you talking about the House of Williams? Isn't she I don't want to get it wrong. Don't come for me, people. A trans person or something. The donation was 2021. Please, I'm not saying he didn't donate, right? What I'm saying was a lot of people pledged money, but they hadn't actually put it in the bank yet. So I'm not saying he didn't donate, right? I'm just talking about maybe, oh, you called her a slum. I'm taking it. You don't like her, Where Summer? There's a difference. Pledging is only saying you will give. Donating is actually giving the money. Thank you, Borrowed Angel. That's what I was saying. If you don't understand it, please go and watch the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Believe me. Camille Vasquez, I think that's her name. She'll let you know it. Okay, now I know that I believe it was yesterday when I talked about Benny receiving funds from, I always said it was Tim Mullins, to basically keep people on social media, you know, just like with Benny and Ernie, you know, that was just something that happened. So I'm gonna just show you guys. This is, hang on. This is Jonathan Lee Richards. And thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to use this under fair use. Okay. So I guess before I do, let me say this. Hey, exploited innocents. Hi, everyone. Please stop spending your hard-earned money to creators who grift and emotionally guilt-trip you into sending them money for allegedly surviving everyday life. We are all trying to survive. Very well said, exploited innocents. I guess I just didn't say it as good as you did. So thank you very much. All right. Everybody knows my channel. Welcome to my channel. Opinions and theories with no repercussions. I try to commentate and educate. Okay? Some content is alleged. Trigger warnings when needed. Okay? And I always try to be entertaining. So if I entertain you, that's just a plus, right? That's just a plus. That's what you guys get from my channel for free. And you ain't even got to pay for it. So this is JLR when they pulled up on Allie and them. Allie's grandma, Allie's mom, were all together. Hey, Victoria. And they caught them, right? So I'm just going to say that these people, heels in the ground, boots in the air, I don't know what they called themselves. But they were, I think, stalking around, right? Yeah, I know about Trevor. I know all about Trevor. And yes, I agree. He's a sweetheart. Not saying nothing bad about Trevor for Summer, okay? Not doing it. I'm just explaining something because I do have the news report. All right, let me get into this with you guys. Just for shits and giggles. Because it's raining today. And I ain't got nothing else to do. All right. So, here we go.
Fuck. Hurry up, hurry up. Come on.
Now, we've seen Molly run before, okay? So, Lord have mercy, here she goes again. Yes, you guys, Trevor's cool. Don't take anything I said thinking I'm coming after Trevor. I'm not. Now, Allie and them standing out in their freaking yard, and they have 2 vehicles with people in it pulling up on them. Right? But they're just happen to be driving down that road, and wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. There's all 3 of them out there in the yard. I think that they possibly just got out of a car. So, were they following them? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Well, Angel, I have seen so much of this. It makes me very upset to see creators emotionally abusing their subscribers by pulling their heart. I know, exploited innocence. I've talked about it, continuously for people to please be careful. I can't tell people not to give their money to people because it's not my money, right? Yeah, 24. JLR is good at snooping, isn't he?
Let's go. Let's go. That's them. Let's go.
Run, Molly, run. You little scallywag, you. Damn, she got down there really quick. See, that's what I'm saying, you guys.
Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty.
Jesus. They just got out of a car. And they're acting like that they just pulled up on them, right? And that they were in the yard. They just got out of a freaking car. So, I got a question, JLR. Was you following them? Huh? I want to know. You know what, JLR? Hey, buddy, you know what? Call me. Just don't tell me you love me, okay? Call me.
We've been everywhere looking for her. Everywhere looking for her.
So,
Hi, how are you guys?
it's Allison.
Allison, how are you? God bless you. How are you?
How's this mom? How are you?
She's going through a lot.
I know.
She's going through a lot.
Well, we did talk to Don last night. But more importantly, more importantly, I will tell you this. We talked to their neighbors.
I don't have nothing to say about it.
No, actually, they said a lot.
They said a lot.
They said a lot.
They didn't say that freaking much. Okay, we've got, can you guys see my little pointer? We have Maliko Latwe. We have Buham Bwedi. We have who they call Grandbum. We've got Shawi, Ali Mommy. Grandbum is Ali Grandma. And then we have Ali. I'm not sure who the other lady is, right?
Oh my gosh.
And one of them said something very upsetting.
Listen, I tried to help the woman.
Sherry, just stop.
Yeah, you ain't gotta worry.
Come on, you just shut up. You're dead anyway.
What do you mean? Like, would you try to help the woman? Like what?
No. That's not.
Here I'm telling her, shut your pie hole, Mama Sherry. Don't talk to these people. Exploited innocence. I'm on a live with a creator and they begin to grip. I leave and unsubscribe. I'm not here to make your YouTube paycheck. Pisses me off to hear people e-bag or grip. Hallelujah, sister. I'm scared JLR is going to run up on the wrong person one day. Well, JLR supposedly not knowing the Brandon character, right? The one that had the really cheekbones that really popped out there real good. He followed him right into the woods, and guess what? Brandon was packing. So obviously, didn't care. Didn't care. If Allie knew, Leslie would have been there running the interview. I believe you there, Peas.
Have you given kids alcohol and drugs and shit like that?
She gave Summer alcohol and drugs?
She said that you're really Sherry, that she's really
Really?
lucky.
Now, this is what Sherry's saying.
Did you see it?
And then I'm like, no, that's
When
not
she
the
do?
She's saying she's seen Candace give Summer alcohol and drugs. But are they all forgetting that Tennessee is a mandated reporter state? I mean, these people just tail on themselves.
Do that.
case. And they're like, how do you know? Do you
When I
know this
first met her.
family? Yeah, been for like over 20
But she
years.
had
Yeah, I know
puppies.
this family.
My kids are attached to dogs.
You watch all the
My,
stuff.
my
And
granddaughters
happens with
are
Christmas time.
animal
Did you
lovers.
enjoy?
Yeah, I'm an animal lover. I saw your kitty right there, and it's like,
here, look,
so she would give Summer, Candace would give Summer drugs and alcohol.
I know alcohol
Why did
was
they-
out.
Did-
She was
did-
on tip of
Why?
my
What was their
bottle.
intention?
Did Don?
They wanna play Hunter.
Don gave Candace drugs and alcohol too.
I honestly think that they.
Now, he said Dawn gave Candace drugs and alcohol too. Yeah, we figured that. I think Candace could go get a lot on her own, right? And yes, Allison knew. Ain't nobody gonna tell me she did not know Candace wasn't giving Hunter what she was giving him, okay?
Well, the
It's,
kids,
it's really basic.
The boys too? Everybody.
Oh, completely different.
Excellent.
Can I ask you?
And I think that
Did-
that was the case. is that
You think-
one
No,
word
no,
activated
Do
something
you think
completely
Candace was, or Summer was sexually molested by anyway by the family? I mean, because we're hearing rumors. You do. By who? Don? Or,
Now she's sitting there shaking her freaking head yes. If she believed that, why in the hell didn't she say anything? Now we have to remember, okay, that on the internet, we have a lot of sinners. And that sinner right there went to court, if I'm not mistaken, over some being not so kind to her grandchildren that belonged to Allie's sister. Did Allie's mom even know some? Well, from my understanding, Grandma Candace and Allie's grandmother were the first two to hook up. And then they became friendly with Sherry, who then Allie and Candace became little sisters.
probably the mother too, Candace. Wow.
Yeah.
So
But
do you
he
feel?
said, but this
What do you feel happened to her?
said that he wasn't going to put it on
it could be
TV or
Couple things,
Facebook.
like-
He did.
where she went
Oh,
and
right.
asked for a piece of
If you
candy.
sign
The,
something,
the
saying that
grandmother
you
had
couldn't
just
do
came from the
it,
doctor's office that day. Belly had the pills out, and
he was
Summer went and got Belly with a piece of
I've heard a
candy.
lot of
We appreciate your theory there, Sherry. Sister.
negative things about Chris.
Oh, ate the pills. Ate the
I
pills.
get.
Is that like the rumor going on like that?
One night. And it was about 3 o'clock
At the
in
house,
morning,
you
he
think
goes,
she took that?
I came over at 2 a.m. to check on you guys. And you guys were home.
I don't agree with her theory on that. I still say that Grandma says she got a pain shot and she was prescribed anti-inflammatories. If you go back and you look at my live on methamphetamines, that is one thing that meth makers use to cut meth. And where did everybody see, or Fred's good buddy, right? see Candace walking down the driveway at 4:30. Huh? And let me tell you, if they had prescription anti-inflammatories, they could probably get a good penny out of it from somebody who was making meth, right? 7 times 7. What they say? 36.
They were sleeping.
Yep, and then whatchamacallit there, Jeffrey Dunham, he put my son's address right
Did
there.
you ever see Candace,
that's
the mom,
crazy.
Summer?
No, no.
I pulled up the subtitles. I don't know if you guys can see them. I've got the screen as big as I can put it, but I went ahead and put the subtitles up. 7 times 7 is 3 guilty folks. You're right. You're right, where Summer. Yes, I do believe that they're all addicts, addicted to something, 36 says Pepsi and Bologna.
Who are you?
I'm Allison's brother.
Oh.
They
Oh,
tried
the
to
brother?
come and, unpromoted.
Oh, your mom.
JLR, she says, I'm Allison's mother, and he said, her brother? I'd have smacked the shit out of him. What an insult there, JLR.
Oh, what's your name?
They touched her.
Sherry. Yeah. How are you? Yeah.
They put it out there that I'm
Is that
dead.
okay?
Who put it out there?
Candace and Donnie.
Can I ask you something? This is going to probably upset you, and I'm so sorry. I don't. That's not my intention whatsoever. It really isn't. I just want to find out, what your thoughts are. I hate even having to ask you this, but with him going to the watering hole with Candace and her giving him alcohol, do you think that she did something with him?
No. When Candace,
You don't think so?
wait a minute.
Her and her mother.
Candace was sexually probably did do something to Hunter.
No, she did not.
Oh, Sherry and Allie's getting ready to go at it. Watch how pissed Allie gets.
Bullshit. I seen it with my own eyes.
Sherry seen it with her own eyes, she's saying.
There was signs there. There was signs there. I didn't like it. I warned them. I bet
No.
Yeah,
It was not
be in
sexual.
denial, but the truth hurts.
I think they
I think they were too because she gave them alcohol and shit, and the kid didn't know what was going on. And
Because that was the sentiments of the neighbors there, that she was a sexual deviant.
Allie got so pissed off she went in the house. Okay? Why do all women in the area sound like their voice box has been punched out? I don't know. I think mine sounds like that. I think my voice sounds like it's been punched out. You're right, Summer. You have Allison. You have Sherry, who's Allie's mama. And then you have Grandbun, who is Sherry's mama, who is Allie's grandmama. Right? Then she turns around and says, I know Candace was doing that. I've seen it with my own eyes. Right?
Neighbor. So that's the only reason. I didn't mean to upset you, Kev. I didn't.
Oh, Betty. I don't believe that, Betty.
But that was the reason I was asking that.
it bothers me too. He's my grandson.
we all went, oh my God, like that.
Yeah.
Right at the car.
Who's
If it bothered you that bad, Sherry, why didn't you do something about it? Yeah, that's why my voice is so bad the way it is sometimes, because I do smoke. Definitely. I suggest to anyone who's younger, your voice is something that you can literally abuse your voice by smoking and stuff like that. So I would recommend not smoking so much. Oh, isn't she charming? Oh, Betty is just the most charming person in the world. Thank you, Borrowed Angel.
It's your grandson?
Hunter.
Oh, Hunter. Oh, yeah. How's Hunter doing?
She'll come back out and
And I
talk to
think
us.
she was.
How's Hunter doing?
I don't think she ever went to plant
He's really
flowers.
messed up.
I don't know. No one
Yeah.
could witness that she was up there planting
And it's-
flowers.
a lot of
I
it
think
has to
that
do
she
with them.
suffered a secondhand drowning.
I agree. I agree with you. And you know what? Enough is enough. It's been. I'm sorry.
It makes me mad.
It doesn't take long.
It's been 6 months.
See, people
It's
think
been
that-
6 months, and
I-
why?
It makes her mad. But she's seen the SA shit between Candace and Hunter with her own freaking her own eyes, right? Hey, oh, Cassandra, thank you, Lip Lock. Love you, girl.
I
that baby
Somebody
was
goes under that
You do.
they're not under very
On the
It
land.
matters about how
Or
much
else
water
above-
you get in your
they have
lungs.
access
Right,
to
and
the
you
she
get
was
goddamn
water in your
little
lungs
girl,
seconds.
or whatever.
Where's that at?
I don't
You
know.
know, and what's to say she didn't hit her head?
What about that
How long
cemetery
did she
across the
before
street from
Hunter
them?
realized
You ever been in the
that
house?
she was
Yes.
pregnant?
You been up there?
Yeah.
I
There were
very
certain
much
things I
believe
didn't like,
that
so I
these
just cut my
children were
ties.
unsupervised.
Like what? What didn't you like?
In
Her
lots of
giving the
ways.
kids
We're also
alcohol.
told by
Yeah.
the same neighbor
that.
that these children got a bath maybe once a week.
If
Is
you're
the house-
lucky.
is the-
If you're lucky. And the father would take the little girl in the shower and brought her downstairs to go to sleep one night naked, no diaper, no nothing.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Like,
Now, some of the stuff that they're saying, and this is just my opinion, right? Oh yeah, you're right, Palm. She is a great grandma. I'm sorry. But she is Sherry's mom. Well, that's weird. How can she be her great grandma when she's Sherry's mom? I thought she was Sherry's mom. But all this stuff is going on, and none of these people are saying anything. Okay, so we've got Allie, Sherry, and Cassandra.
Ryan won't even give Addie a bath. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
too
Yeah.
many things can be said.
So what I was getting ready to say was some of this stuff that they're saying is stuff that they, in my opinion, they've heard on the internet. Okay.
Said
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
So like my daughter's father won't even give her a bath because
Yeah,
this
but
is
when
a,
I
What's
was
their-
gr-
what's
that's
their
what I
house
tell
look
people.
like
When I
inside?
was
Is it a
growing up,
mess?
nobody thought anything of it. But with all
Did
it
you
this-
see,
wasn't
like-
dirty. It was
Like,
nuisance.
what did you see
Yeah.
all over the
Now
place?
it's like you go a day without
Clothes,
hearing it.
garbage.
Yeah.
Garbage on the floor and stuff.
Can somebody go get Kim?
How many
Sorry,
they got-
Sorry, I wasn't trying. I don't think she was that bad at. Yeah, because she was mad at
She
her
mad
mom.
at me.
Yeah, she was mad at her. But that's mother-daughter thing. Don't worry about that.
Now, I don't know if it actually shows in this video, but there's money exchanged here, okay? There's money exchanged here. Cassandra is Sherry's mom, who is Allie's mom, who is Hunter's mom. Thank you, Lip Lock. Yeah, they did. I mean, I think they all partied together. Why else would you go up to 110 Ben Hill Road? Because I can guarantee you, they wasn't up there planting flowers.
No, but they say they do it to her on her phone.
Who? Okay, let me ask you something.
And no, we cannot say that Sherry was never up there and is lying and doesn't know what she's talking about, okay? We can't say that.
Do you believe the kidnapping theory?
Watching her daughter cheerlead with her daughter's boyfriend. And
If
somebody
it
took a
was,
picture of her
who could have
posted on
kidnapped?
Facebook, like she
I mean,
can't
do they have
be
any like
happy that her
enemies who?
daughter is cheerleading.
Probably, I don't know, but
Like she's
it-
supposed to stay inside that. Like
that's-
somebody.
But she has
No.
nothing to do with it. She's a.
It just doesn't make sense, right?
She's
Like a kidnap.
Wow.
We went there and we saw all around Beach Creek up to Ben Hill, and it's that 111
Now, let me tell you what's bad about this whole freaking scenario right here. You have JLR talking to Sherry. You have Betty talking to Cassandra. You have Allie who's still in the house and is pissed off. But maybe she had to go in and take a poo-poo. Because, she sits on the toilet a lot. Maybe she had to take a poo-poo.
acres there, up on top of the hill. How
They
can
got a lot
somebody?
of acres too.
Yeah, but how can somebody just come out of the middle of nowhere and say, "Hey, we're gonna go
How
kidnap"?
can the little girl, okay, the seller, all right, at the basement, go out the door and somebody kidnap her? First of all, you gotta go up a goddamn rickety ass driveway, you know, and all
So
that.
I find it odd.
There's no way.
Find it odd that they constantly go to that flower bed to justify why that was there, and it just kind of gives me the EBGBs about it.
Yeah.
Would you mind going and getting him so we can just Oh, is her name Allie?
Now, Cassandra Grandbum didn't like Candace. So she was never up at Candace's house. Sherry, I hope was questioned as she has truthfulness in her words when asked. In my opinion, they keep her out as if she is a talker. They're all talkers. They all been a talking. Yes, Palm. Molly paid Allie. She did. I don't know if it's here on JLRs where you can see it. Because what they were doing was, all of them, instead of all of them having a conversation with each one or each one individually, they ganged up on them here, right? And then they're all making their own content to release on their channels.
Well, hopefully they're held accountable. I mean, it's sick of what you do. You know, it's a child. Does a lot of people know about that around here? This case, like, is it talked about or just it is?
Social media blew it all. It's all over.
Has media came and talked to you at all? Did any media come talk to you? Any media come talk to you? No. Oh, what about police? Did police come there? They did. TBI?
Oh,
Oh, I can only imagine.
I know that.
And it's not Hunter's fault. No. And Allie, you guys are victims too. Allie, I just want you to know that you guys are victims of this nonsense. You don't deserve
What?
what's going on.
You know,
I know she's mad at me.
I'm Molly Boy.
How is Allie a flipping victim? Will somebody enlighten me on that statement? How is she a fucking victim? Excuse my French. Because I'm about ready to get feisty. H is the one who was put in the spotlight. The only reason that Allie was put in the spotlight is because she put herself in the freaking spotlight. Should have done it individually, more organized, as this is chaotic. Yes, it is. And that's why it's kind of hard to follow, because there's two to three different conversations going on at the same time. Now, I don't know who the maroon shirt lady is at all, whether it's a friend of Allie's or whatever. So we heard him talking about the flower garden, right? Not where they planted the cactuses. Supposedly there was a whole nother flower garden. Sounds like no one stepped up to protect Summer or those boys. The people stating this type of behavior, it was happening right in front of them and they looked the other way. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, you got bad weather again, Lip Lock? I know, it's horrible, isn't it? We've had some too. It's definitely been raining here most of the day.
And I have one of the biggest voices in the YouTube community. If there's anything that you want to say, please say it. Just say.
Molly says, I have one of the biggest voices in the YouTube community. So if you have something to say, please say it. We're going to continue to watch for the money exchange.
Say it now, and I promise that message will be heard loud and clear.
Don was on mother and grandmother knows where that baby is. And probably the father does too.
Oh, that's a feisty old lady there. Oh,
What were you gonna say?
I was on YouTube the other night. I had a lady text message me on Facebook. She even went through some of my friends' list, and she got a hold of my sister in New York. And everything.
Yeah,
Don was on Facebook.
Allie's sister lives in New York. Isn't that a little piece of information? Does she live in the same town Andrew Hiltz lives in? I don't know. I'm just asking.
And he said, well, YouTube, he said that my 12-year-old daughter even said her name and what we called her.
I heard it. Has a badass body.
Has a body from fucking hell.
Yes, we have that.
No, Brian. She's the woman in Chris McDonough's video. Her name was Leslie, and she passed away, right? That's who was on the porch when Chris McDonough was interviewing Hunter.
And I do know.
So when you heard that, what happened? Like, what was your thoughts when you heard that? You were like,
Fucking sick motherfucker, something needs to happen.
Okay.
Ditto, Allie. She's talking about Dawn talking about her 12-year-old daughter, right? Allie's 12-year-old daughter. Dawn was stating she was at the park. She had a body from hell. Good-looking little girl. And in his opinion, she was going to end up pregnant by some fellas. And, Dawn definitely let everybody know that this little 12-year-old girl had a hot body, okay? Allie does drive. There's a photo of her driving, holding a mattress on the road. I don't think nobody said Allie didn't drive. I've never heard anybody. I asked one time who needs new tires every week or two. I was told they were big people. Yeah, Allie came back from the bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, we can catch charges. That's it. Like, no grown ass man needs to be talking about a 12-year-old like that.
And I know that he also even gave their alcohol because he gave my grandkids alcohol and did something to them.
who?
Whoa, Sherry. What'd you say? Oh, Donnie gave your grandkids alcohol and even did something to them? But did you go to law enforcement? Right? I never heard that she was related to Fred Hill. This is what I know about Leslie, if I can remember correctly. Leslie's nephew got shot and killed in the driveway, and her son was an RSO, or vice versa, something like that, right? One of her relatives got killed in her driveway, and another one was an RSO, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Who?
Donnie.
Donnie did something to your grandkids? What did Donnie do to your grandkids? When?
When we used to hang up there.
He molested them, probably. Either he did or he didn't. What the fuck is probably?
And they used to stay the night, but I stayed the night once up there, didn't like it, and didn't. But the kids, I thought she was supposed to be a mom. I love you.
Did
Okay. She stayed up there on the hill one time and didn't like it. But they still let the kids go up there, right? These are a bunch of fucking, in my opinion, low-life scumbags. In my opinion.
you see bruises on?
No, it doesn't mean it's Allie's sister. It just means that maybe she calls her mom. I don't know. I can't say if they're related or not. I ain't never seen that woman after this, right? Allie's not a victim. She's been lying since the beginning. I have my opinions about that family and need to keep my thoughts to myself. And in my opinion, whatever has happened to Summer, Allie, and Hunter know. Oh, I get you. I get you. Sherry went to court, beautiful sunflower, over Allie's sister's children. And we can remember Allie said that her sister lived in New York. I don't know how many sisters Allie's got, but
On them or on your?
Well, they had they said that the kids were always out going around.
But Don, you're saying Don Wells gave your grandkids alcohol?
That's what the little one says.
That's what what's your little one's name?
Michelle.
Michelle. How old's Michelle?
She's 9 now.
She's not.
she's 9 years old. I'm not even going to repeat her name. I didn't realize it was in here. I personally don't think that nobody's children's name should even be said. Right? I don't think that's true, Burled Angel.
Not. When was this? How old was she then? How old was she
What
then?
about you said about
7, 8.
7 or 8,
You have a
and she said that Don
Yeah,
gave her
the
alcohol.
I don't have.
Oh my gosh.
It's my
my
great
God.
But when
she has
CPS went to go and
that is in a mental institution, and she's been there since March.
oh yeah, she ain't getting out anytime soon.
But
either.
when Jeremy,
What about?
I'm going to back that up for a minute because they're talking about somebody who's in a mental institution and they're not getting out anytime soon. You guys off the top of your head remember who they were talking about? Okay, I'm just going to back it up a little bit because I want to hear the second conversation that's going on.
She's not. When was this? How old was she then? How old was she
What
then?
about you said about
7, 8.
7 or 8,
You have a
and
five-year-old
she
daughter.
said that Don
Yeah,
gave her
in a mental
alcohol.
institution. I don't have.
Oh my gosh.
It's my
my
great.
God.
But when CPS went to go and
that is in a mental institution, and she's been there since March.
oh yeah, she ain't getting out anytime soon.
But
either.
when
They're talking about a young kid being in a mental institution that supposedly Sherry has custody of. Hey, Dion. The youngest child of Allie allegedly in a mental facility. Thank you, Peas. I knew it was, I knew it had something to do with them, right? None of them ever went to law enforcement about anything that happened to the kids. Andrew says H is back into trouble again. All right. When I'm done with this, I may just give y'all my opinion on Andrew. If they didn't report this, they are worse than Don and Candace. I agree, Bryn. 100%. Agree, 100%.
when Jeremy.
What about? Did Don give him drugs? You think? What kind of drugs? Like what would it be? Like,
I have to sit on the porch.
I know
well, not
weed.
now, but in the
I-
summer.
I don't know
and
if it's
watch.
the other shit that they smoke.
Now you have to remember, she's saying weed or pot. Jody Sue was adamant that Andy was giving Candace drugs to sedate the little kids to touch them, right? Everybody took that as because she said it was a drug that would sedate the kids, that it was something more than marijuana. Now, Jody, of course, has backtracked on all of that, right?
what about
All these
who's her
people
name?
go
Grandis?
there.
Mother?
Candace.
No. What about the mother? Her mother?
Her mother's name was Candace too.
Did you ever meet
Over
her?
there.
Yeah, I don't like her.
Why? You see her do drugs ever? Drink?
No, she just popping pills. Her
So you're
pills.
being harassed.
Popping pills.
I ain't never seen her doing drugs, but she sure was popping pills, right? Every child that's been around them needs special counseling. So sad these people all need locked up and never allowed around children or animals. Lord. I agree to exploit innocence. I couldn't imagine what any of them kids were going through either, especially a small child that had to go to a mental institution. And what was her response? Oh, yeah, and she ain't going to get out anytime soon. What the hell is wrong with these people? And I agree with you, Pease. There was no positive role model for H.
Did you ever see her hit Any children?
She
My son was
threatened
in school. He was getting
that if they
harassed
didn't
every day
listen,
from
she was
kids
gonna
in
whoop
school.
their ass.
locals are.
It was stated that by Jose, Candace wasn't really physically abusive a lot. It was more screaming and stuff. Who in the F would even leave a 9-year-old at a place like the Wells? And that's what I can't understand, because she just said that she didn't want to stay up there after she stayed one night. But they sure let the kids hang around, didn't they?
But I heard that she did hit him.
Oh, she did. Who'd you hear that from?
The kid, her kid.
I don't get on
Her kids?
Like,
Oh, her kids. Wow.
My kid.
You think she was part of this? Like she covered up or something?
I think she was involved with something.
And we're
Yeah.
sorry everything's going.
The mother, the
going on.
grandmother.
It's not fair.
I
It's
think
just-
the father.
I think Don and Candace, in my opinion, were involved with the meth bullshit up there. That's my opinion. I believe it wholeheartedly that their asses were involved with all that mess shit going on up there.
It was buried on their property.
That's
I
what we've been
swear
saying,
to
too.
God
Guys,
that
I'm telling you guys, we're all on the same page.
why else won't anyone?
Allie.
Why won't they let any authorities on
How
their
many-
property to search?
don't they own
If
like
it was my
40
kid,
acres?
I'd be like, have at it, people.
Yeah. You got nothing. to
Matter of
hide.
fact, he put no trespassing signs all over the
All over.
trees
Yeah.
around the house. Oh, this is
Yeah.
under surveillance.
They did that, JLR, because you fools were coming around that freaking hill. There were people coming up there on that hill. And let me tell you something. If I had a missing child, I wouldn't want a bunch of you yahoos coming up there on my freaking property either. Because of the pure fact, if they didn't have anything to do with Summer missing, right? Anybody could have went up there on that hill and planted any kind of evidence they wanted. Okay? That's my opinion.
Trespassing. No one can come on my property. He doesn't even want packages going up to his thing. He has a
Nope.
drum at the as a driveway at 110. Yeah. And he doesn't want anybody.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about the packages. And you guys know I'm not Candace and Dom's supporters, right? The driveway was freaking horrible. Do you think the UPS driver wanted to go up that fucking driveway with it so messed up the way it was? That, I mean, this just goes to show you how they were taking little bits of information like this and making it sound nefarious. And I can guarantee you, no driver would want to have to get out and walk up that freaking driveway to give them a package, okay? And especially after Summer went missing, oh my gosh, they were going crazy with the Amazon wish list.
The grandmother left state?
None of them are allowed
Who?
to leave.
I know she wasn't allowed, but I remember she took off because she didn't want to answer questions because she's been through
Then
this
she came
before.
back.
Candace's
Yeah.
mother, Candace.
And
was
her
murdered.
daughter,
Grandis.
Rosemary Blind,
That's what they call her, Grandis.
Candace's sister,
Went missing.
went missing.
that's
And I know
crazy.
where that girl's buried because they told me a story one night that where they used to live, it was a cement driveway. Her kids were 3 and 4 and said, Mommy's there, Mommy's there.
All right. Just to let you guys know so you don't run off with this story, okay? That was checked. She was not there. That area was checked, right? So when you're watching this interview, a lot of what they're saying is a lot of information that creators grabbed and they put out using it for their own narrative. Okay.
Why didn't they ever?
Where would that be? Like, where was that at?
Wisconsin or whatever.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah,
That's probably
wherever.
why she's gone.
And let me tell you guys something. JLR and them's acting like some of the shit that these people are saying, that they didn't know that. They knew the shit before they even went and talked to these people. Okay? They knew a lot of this before they went and talked with these people.
Kansas got really drunk one night and said, my sister was supposed to meet someone at a bar, her friend, and
Yep.
she never made it. That's
Who would have been responsible for her sister's death? The mom or Candace?
I don't even know why they're even asking these yahoos about Rose at all. Because they didn't even know Candace and them at the time, right? At all. Thank you, exploited innocent. It was proven to be false what she just said about Rose and the driveway. Okay?
Both probably. Or Candace anyway, because I know Candace.
Which one?
The daughter.
Okay.
Do you think CPS should ever put the boys back in that house?
No, not at all. Please.
Well, we love your opinion on that, you yahoos. Because Allie's kids got taken soon after this. So I agree. Candace and Don shouldn't get the boys back at all, right? But this shit coming from these people is just, I'm going to throw up like Candace did.
No. I appreciate your passion because it seems like you know, and you know.
Those kids come here in the summer before Summer died. Here.
Before Summer died. Cassandra, inquiring minds want to know. How do you know that?
Filthy. And so is the mother. They never cooked dinner. They always ate frozen pizza and whatever else.
The little one, Waylon, he showed up here and he had a 3rd-degree burn.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, on a wood stove down there in the basement. She showed me that he got burnt. Never took him to the hospital.
Where Candace or Summer
was missing. Yeah.
Where they all slept.
They all slept down there.
All the kids slept down in that basement?
Now, let me tell you something, okay? When you live in the mountains, okay, and you're Appalachian people, and many people don't have a furnace in their home. And so the one source of heat that they have during the winter, they do all tend to sleep in one area where they have it, where they have the heat source. So the little one, they're saying, burnt his hand on the stove, okay, the wood stove downstairs. And that Candace never took him to the doctor or anything. But they all seen it, right? But let's not say anything. I'm going to let my dog out of my room real quick.
All in one room?
Yeah.
Summer slept with Mommy and Daddy in the bed. They didn't even have a door on the bathroom. No. Now they do because welfare says she has to have one.
They sectioned that whole part off.
Yeah, they sectioned that off.
Yep.
Yeah. Because we went up there.
Chris, whatever his name is, there. When he did her interview with her, she took him to her nasty house.
Because when she got a taxi, she came down to my house and wanted me to go out with her. So I went and I said, she wanted us to go up and visit, but the kids wanted to see the dogs. And so I only did it for the kids' sake. And that's when she had the bathroom petitioned off. But
it's sad, and we want answers. I mean, we want answers. We want to find her.
I want to know what happened to her.
We want to know.
Because she was over here, and you guys loved her. And
we loved her like she was our own.
Yeah.
I tried to help with the kids and everything.
Yeah.
I let them spend the night at my house, gave them a fully cooked meal. They would take showers.
Their own little sister. Like,
TBI speak to you?
Yeah.
What'd they say? Like, what were they asking?
They
just went over the.
Did that day or what happened?
Yeah.
They won't tell us anything.
They weren't tell us nothing. But
How many TBI came?
first time it was.
Bobby was here.
Well, that was later on that night. That was.
Bobby's a police guy.
Let's see. The first time they came over, there was 2, and then I got another phone call, and they came back.
Yeah, that was late.
No, that was when I was getting ready to go to work. Remember? Leslie was here. She had leave. And they were gonna. they're gonna point me for that day, and she said, "Don't you dare." And then I was gonna go to work. Mom was gonna bring me, and late, and they came back.
And then that guy that tried to kidnap Hunter.
Yep.
Who tried to kidnap Hunter?
Jeremy Dugan.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Jeremy Dugan. Okay. Hey, McBro. Blame the puppies because they were not to hang out there, perhaps due to charges on Sherry. I get you. Do you want me to back that up a little bit? Let's hear what she says again. Let me back it up a little bit. And I know that there's a car going down the road there, and it's kind of loud, so just kind of bear with it for a minute, you guys.
Want to find her?
I want to know what happened to her.
We want to know.
Because she was over here. You guys loved
Mother
her. And
we loved her like she was our own.
You loved her like she was your own, but every time she was brought to your house with something going on, you did nothing, right? You did nothing, Allie, when at 3 o'clock in the morning, Candace brought Summer over there. Supposedly she had gotten into some drugs that was on Candace's table, right? The hanging titty game. We Scottish moms on it. I might just sing you the bra song too.
yeah.
I tried to help with the kids and everything.
Yeah.
I let them spend the night at my house, gave them a fully cooked meal. They would take
They
showers.
their own little sister. Like,
TBI speak to you?
Yeah.
What'd they say? Like, what were they asking?
They do.
just went over the.
Did that day or what happened?
Yeah,
They won't
Before.
tell us anything.
they weren't tell us nothing. But
How many TBI came?
first time it was.
Bobby was here.
Well, that was later on that night. That was.
Bobby's the
let's
police
see,
guy.
let's see. The first time they came.
Bobby's the police guy. We know when Jeremy Dugan came that there was a Lawson, there was a Lieutenant Sumi that Jeremy kept calling Dummy, right? And I will be glad to play that Jeremy Dugan stuff for you guys, and he can explain it. But Jeremy Dugan says that there was a off-duty police vehicle, personal vehicle, that was on the hill the day Summer went missing. Jeremy Dugan says that.
Where there was two, and then I got another phone call, and they came back.
Yeah, that was late.
No, that was when I was getting ready to go to work. Remember? Leslie was here, shouldn't leave. Go to work. And they were gonna wait me for that day, and she said, "Don't you dare." And then I was gonna go to work. Mom was gonna bring me, and late, and they came back.
And then that guy that tried to kidnap Hunter.
Yep.
Who tried to kidnap Hunter?
Jeremy Dugan.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
He
from
worked with
Alabama.
bikers against Georgia. He
Bikers against trafficking, human trafficking.
yeah. And child abuse. And
So why did he try to kidnap Hunter?
Hunter's father had reached out to him, I guess, and was concerned for my son's safety.
Because of this Wells incident.
But he didn't care until
It's freezing out here.
there was a reward out for Summer.
Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Woody, Woody, Woody. Hello. Think I've said that before. Right? Andrew wanted them to go get Hunter. Or H, I should say. I apologize for saying his name. Okay? Oh, Andrew, I have so many questions for you. Come on over. Come play with me today, Andrew. It's raining. I ain't got nothing better to do.
And then him and Jeremy came up with an idea to come up and get Hunter. And I was at the football field when I read it on Facebook, plain as day. Jeremy Duggan left the thing saying that his name and everything. He had a transfer order to transfer my child from Tennessee to New York. I panicked. I went to the police department. They told me if anyone shows up, call them. They'd be right over.
Now they
Well,
own
no one
like
showed up
40
that night.
acres of land.
So I went to work. Trevor was here with the kids.
11.2.
Well, I think there's more.
Now, supposedly, H knew all this. H knew that Jeremy Dugan was going to come and get Hunter. Okay? And they were telling H, allegedly, to like get some clothes and stuff and put them out the window, and when they got there he could come out the window or whatever. Supposedly H didn't want to go and told Allie, okay, from my understanding.
More than that.
Grandma was here with the kids.
One time she said that
I'm on my lunch break.
they owned over
And I
like
get
30
my phone's going blast.
acres of land.
Listed.
We
I
were
mean,
on a
listed.
couple
I
different
got people
parts where they
calling.
used to ride the boys used to ride the
Hunter
dirt
just sent me a
bikes.
Snapchat of this. They're on their way.
And there's a
They're
lot
on
of
their
wood.
way.
There's a big
I
old
didn't
garage
clock out
down there
from work.
now.
I said I got a family emergency. Bye.
What about that shed at the
And
bottom of their hill? What is
Called
that?
Grandma up. So listen,
They-
someone's going to get you and
At the
Hunter.
bottom of the hill. I never
In the
been in
car.
that one.
The beach hill right there.
But
Road.
if you go down the road a little bit,
That's
And I
gotta
said-
be nerve wracking for you guys.
that's where they used to ride the dirt bikes, the boys. And there's a garage there, and there was like old
on the porch.
an old vehicle in there.
there.
There was a
And
No, Allie, from what we hear, you didn't care about the housework in your house. A little birdie said that your house was so freaking nasty that there was actually a snake that had wrapped itself around her refrigerator and was having a heyday eating on the mice, right? No, I don't blame Age for not wanting to go. I mean, his life was there with Allie, right? But I said that before, that all of a sudden, after Summer went missing, then, you know, Daddy Andrew felt that Hunter needed to be with him. Okay?
so
and the kids would wander off and
we
go
all
play
met
in the
at the
water
secret
in the
location.
creek.
First, I
the
went to
back.
the Kingsport City Police Department. Told everyone there. They said we don't want to know where anyone's at because you don't know who's watching or nothing. I said, all right. They said if they show up, because we told them not to show up because they called them when they were coming, that we were gonna, that they would get in trouble. So me and Leslie came here. We changed clothes because we were gonna go swimming, and the cops wanted us to check out the area. We came here and got ready. Back then, I'm on the phone telling everyone to stay put. And 5 seconds later, the white truck from Georgia showed up. They beat their horn. They wanted my son to climb out his bedroom window, leave some of his stuff on the side of the house, and get in the car and leave. They're going to bring him to his father's.
Well, Allie must have been the little birdie I heard that from.
No. He didn't take my kid nowhere. With me, Leslie, and her husband met Jerry Duggan right on my porch, toe to toe. And that was not nice.
So they actually made contact with your son without your knowledge.
Oh yeah. Oh
And convinced him to meet them.
No, he
Tried
was
to.
scared.
Oh,
He
and he
was
let you know.
scared. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he let everyone know. He was taking screenshots of everything. He gave us all of his online information, and
Wow.
If you guys had a message for Don Wells, what would it be? Say,
Don't tell me you love me. I don't wanna know.
Keep your mouth
Um,
shut about Bear. That's what we call her, and that's what he called her. Keep your mouth. That's got nothing
You're
to
gonna
do with
pay for what you did to not only your kids but
I
ours as well.
and
Really, Sherry, Big Mama? If you were that fucking worried about it, why didn't you tell when it should have been told? Why do all these people want to come out a year after Summer goes missing and talk about shit that was done to their freaking grandkids and kids, right? It wasn't important to tell anybody when it happened. Why is that? Dick-a-la. H didn't want to leave Tennessee. He had it made here. He got to do whatever he wanted. Had a girlfriend, had Candace on the side, all the alcohol and drugs and smokes he wanted. Absolutely, Dick Dollar. Great way of putting it. Let's see. Beautiful Sunflower agrees with you, Eve. Just some bad apples who come there and make it look bad. Our daughter lives in Tennessee. I hope she never runs into people like this. Okay. I just don't want people to misunderstand when I make fun of these people and say what I feel about it. These people are just a small part of Eastern Tennessee, okay? A lot of mountain people, hillbillies if you want to call them, people from, the Appalachian Mountains, the majority of them are very kind people, okay?
And what's the message? If you have a message for Candace Wells,
Same thing. Listen, she was on Dr. Phil. And
What did you think of that interview? Because we talked to the people. We talked to the people at City Hall, and they asked us, they're like, "What did you think of that cornbread mafia?" Have you ever heard of that?
No,
Oh, okay.
never.
All right. God.
She knows.
Because the only reason the cornbread mafia was mentioned, and I will say it again, the behavioral panel spoke about the cornbread mafia when interviewing Don, and Don was like, those boys and these boys, and, trying to see which one's the better boy. And the behavioral panel said, like back in the day with the cornbread mafia, and the cornbread mafia was mainly known for marijuana, okay? They don't have Southern accent. I wonder where, from my understanding, Allie came from New York.
She knows. That's why she walked off the stage.
I feel like I'm being interrogated all over again.
Let me ask you, if Hunter was missing, and which that if the child's missing, you're going to get interrogated. But if your child was missing, would you give a damn?
If they came in and looked and searched your property, hell no. Go ahead.
Would you give a damn?
Terry.
I want to see receipts where when Summer went missing that Candace and Don didn't let them look at the property. Let me tell you something. It wouldn't have mattered if they said, no, you're not going in our house. There were several warrants served for them to go in their house, right? So.
Tear it up, right?
Tear it up.
Tear it up.
If it resulted in finding your child?
No, because I've had a missing kid.
And I will also say that from the information I received, and I'll say allegedly, at Hunter's age, being a young teenager, he rolled the roost at Allie's house. From what I understood, he kind of had control over that house. Okay?
Kid before.
Yeah.
My 17-year-old, well, she will be 17 in a few days. She was 12.
She was 12.
She got in with the wrong group of kids. Mm-hmm. She had an older boyfriend.
And he was controlling and
Okay, when you guys are listening to this, and she's talking about the younger girl, one of Allie's daughters had ran away from home. And I cannot find the video, and I've got the transcript somewhere, where the conversation on someone's channel, I knew it was Leslie. I could tell by the voice and how she was speaking about one of Allie's daughters like she had Allie's consent. And that's where the dirty kids came in. Now, dirty kids are a bunch of kids who jump trains and go to different cities and, you know, strum their guitars and live a wild and free life. My understanding was that somehow they were associated with 110 Ben Hill Road. I don't know if Allie's daughter had taken one up there or what the situation was. I can't fucking find the damn video. And kind of from laziness, I hadn't really looked through all my notes again yet. So.
She kept running off with him. Every time she ran off, whether she was in state's custody or not, I was out here beating that pavement day in, day out.
Me too.
I missed the whole week.
And she would run from places, the lockup centers and everything. She called me.
When I found out where she was, I went banging on the chick's door.
Yep. So then everybody else.
Why do you feel like have you just had it with Candace? Like, do you feel like she's ruined your life in a way? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see, Mom had a falling out.
I fell out. I warned her not to go up there. I asked her not to.
I gave her the benefit of the doubt.
Begged her.
I know how
I begged my daughter. We got in a
and
fight.
I really tried being there for her. But she crossed the line. I had money that started coming up missing.
It wasn't PGOA, exploited innocence. I'm thinking it was like Unmasked or something, right? Well, Dates, the reason they put it on the internet was for content, right? You got to remember, these guys were making big bucks while they were there. Yeah, I think it was Unmasked, Anastasia. You're right, Brand. They ruined their own lives.
And everything. And me, I'm the type of person, I have to do it myself. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to sit here and listen to people and what they say about others, this, that, and the third, because I know how it is.
You get that from me.
Did Candace ever cheat on Don Wells?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
With who?
Yes.
Like who?
Oh my God! Who's
Name
that
him.
guy that she made?
One day she met a guy down here at the Shell station.
Invited him to go
Oh
fishing
my
and
God.
swimming with us.
Took him swimming with us because she felt sorry for him.
And then
Bought him everything. Brought him up to her house.
told Donnie that
You felt sorry for him, Candace. You little dirty dog, you. You felt sorry for this guy, so you took him swimming, fishing. You was having a good old time. Did you feel? And this is just a question. You know what? Can call me. Give me a call. Just don't tell me you love me, okay? And so she gave him a little something too. Okay. These people live in Kingsport in public housing, absolutely, about 40 minutes from Don and Candace. Candace always came to Kingsport to play around, also where the swim pond is, Warriors Path Park. Thank you, Dick Dog. I love my people. You guys are just fantabulous.
it was my
Told Donnie
friend.
that it was her friend.
And I told Donnie that it wasn't my
And they
friend.
tried saying it was. No, I'm like, nope.
And what happened?
I guess so. The guy
He
stayed there
th-
for a couple
He stayed
days.
there for a couple days, and then Donnie got sick of him because Uncle did.
Now wait. Candace brought the guy home with Don home, and she was giving him a little something, but Don was home. And then after a couple days, Don got sick of letting the dude poke Candace and ran him off. Huh.
He was talking shit.
He
And
didn't know anything
dropped
about
him
work.
off, and
What was his name?
I don't even remember that.
I don't know, but he used to work up.
Was he a younger guy? Like, is
Yeah.
he an older guy?
He's probably in his 30s, if that.
Oh wow.
Maybe.
Wow. Candace. I thought you liked him like young.
40s.
I
The
think he
family
was in his
comes all the
30s.
time.
Let me ask
You know any other times? And
I don't know why I show you guys these videos, because when I pull them up, there's a specific reason I pull them up, and then I get to listening to them after I ain't heard them for a long time, and I'm like, Holy moly.
Any
Yeah,
other
any other
times?
times?
Yeah, with Jose.
with her boyfriend.
With your boy,
Jose.
Jose. Oh, Jose was your ex-boyfriend.
Well,
Jose. Darn it. When you poke a woman one
Heard
time,
about that guy's
Jose,
name.
I'm telling you, Jose, you were her boyfriend. Jose, you dog. You dirty dog, Jose.
Jose
It
was
was supposed to be my boyfriend.
Is that the one where Candace called Don threatened and then
Yeah.
it created?
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, that's your ex-boyfriend? I did
Well,
not know
see,
that.
he came up with Hunter's father, so they were all going to stay up to Candace's.
And me and him,
He came up with Hunter's father, and they were all gonna stay at Candace's. Lord, Lord, Lord. When I decide to talk about all of that, y'all's gonna put up with a 6-hour live from me because I have too much to say, Andrew.
we started clicking in.
So what?
Together. Wait a minute, and they got
And we got together, so Candace was drunk and jealous and started being all over him. And I'm like, you know what?
No, you and her had an argument.
Yes.
Yeah.
You come home, and His Royal Highness stayed up there with your kids.
Yes.
And
Was it the chicks with the penises comment?
You want to bring the kids
the
back.
sheriff.
Yeah, I had to call the sheriff's department to go up there and get my kids because that morning she threatened to blow my head off.
Oh,
and
Candace did?
Oh, so now I get it. When Jose said he liked chicks with peepees and Allie left, the next morning she had to call because her kids were up there. Why didn't you take your kids when you left the first time, Allie? Didn't Candace's mommy take you off the hill when you got mad? Why didn't you take your kids then, Allie?
Yeah.
She threatened to blow your head off.
Because I told her mother came in because she had to bring me to work. Candace and her mom got in an argument over Jose.
Because Candace's mother wanted Jose too.
They all wanted Jose. Let me tell you, if there was ever a lonely man in Beach Creek or the surrounding area, all you would have had to do was hook up with Candace and Allie and Grandma Candy. And I bet Jose felt like he was the greatest man in the world. Had 3 of them wanting him, right? Hunter's father, Andrew, came down on a NASCAR Bristol Motor Speedway weekend. Motels were full, so they stayed with the Wells and in cars. We're here 72 hours, but left Jose behind. I know it all, Dick Dollar. I know it all. But thank you.
Candace's
Oh
mom
my
wanted
goodness.
Jose. Yes.
Yeah. And there was nothing.
And he politely told her where to go.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Are you with Jose anymore?
Jose politely told Candace where to go. I don't believe that. Jose said he was comforting Candace because Don treated her like you do.
Hell no.
What's Jose's last name?
I don't even remember.
Where's he from?
Tiffany remembers. We talked about this like a.
Jose Roman, Roman. He is no longer with us in this world. So Jose, R.I.P.
So did you call the police here on them when she threatened to blow your head off, or did you call the
No,
police?
I went to work and I gave her till 11 o'clock, gave her mom gas money to bring my kids back to my mother or my grandmother's. They didn't. And so all right, now we're gonna play. You wanna play games?
I would say Allie's kids didn't want to fucking come home with her, right? They were old enough. They could have said, hey, Mom gave you gas money. Can you go ahead and take us home? Yes, exploited innocence. Andrew says they went home that night, never stayed in Rogersville. According to Andrew, they never went to Don or Candace's home. Absolutely exploited innocence, and you guys really just want me to get in on the Andrew shit, don't you? Holy moly, moly, moly. Andrew Hiltz says he left New York, Gloversville, right? Not doxing him. The guy has said it many times. So, him and his brother Jeffy, who, if I'm not mistaken, isn't really his brother, but they're brothers. You know what I mean? And Jeffy had put in a transfer from the Walmart there to the Walmart, and let me see if I get this right, Kingsport, right? Oh, Suzette, they done got me started. I knew they would. I'll let it happen. So, anywho, they had, and I mean, Jeffy and I'll say Andrew had found a home in Kingsport, supposedly, that they were going to rent. So they get a U-Haul, they put stuff in the back of the U-Haul, which included Jose, because they made him ride in the back too. Okay, Jose had to ride in the back of the U-Haul. So I believe it was like a caravan. They, I'm sure, had another vehicle, because we're talking about, Andrew says that there was a shitload of people, and the majority of them were children. They had like Andrew, his old lady, another person, and their old man, I think. There was a lot of people, right, in this little, you know, whatever you want to call it. So, okay, they drive. Let's see, a long way. I don't know exactly how many hours, right? Drive all that way, and they get to Rogersville. Jose's in the vehicle. He's freaking out. He's depressed. He's crying. I don't know. He found his wife hooking up with somebody else. I'm not sure the situation. And Jose has children himself, right? So they get there, right? Obviously didn't check on the house they were going to move into, because they get all the way there, and guess what? The house was given to somebody else. Now, this is just me, and maybe I'm stupid, but if my ass was going to drive, what was it, 14 hours, more than that maybe, right? Why wouldn't you be checking on the place that you were supposedly moving into to start with, before you put your family, which included with the adults, there was quite a few children, quite a few, but they don't check, right? Back up, try to connect the dots. Something is not right at all with that whole situation. Well, I agree with the exploited innocence. So, anywho, they're trucking along. Jose's in the back. Tears are flowing. He's depressed. He can't go back to New York. You know, it's not good for his mental health. So they meet up with Candace and Candace and Allie. Now you have to remember that H is also there, right? Now, so when they got there, they get a storage unit. Make it make sense. They get a storage unit and unload all their shit. But after they unload all that stuff into the storage unit, right? They find out they have nowhere to stay. They couldn't even spend the night. The races were going on. Everything was packed. And Candace offered to let all them people stay up there on the hill. Now, these are people that there's no way she could have known, right? From my understanding, Andrew and Allie didn't even have a speaking relationship. But yet he comes from New York all the way to Hawkins County, and they're fine enough that Jose stays there with Allie, and Andrew don't give a shit. Because if you ask Andrew, tell me if I'm wrong, he only poked Allie once too, and she got pregnant. Now, I kind of felt bad for Allie. She got people around here, and they're only poking her once. What's up, Allie? Call me. Call me, sister. All right, then. So, they didn't want to stay with Candace, but it was all right to throw Jose on there, okay? So, anywho, they go back to the storage unit, pack up everything that they've got in the storage unit. And I always wondered, was it their storage unit or Candace's storage unit, right? Candace had a storage unit. I always wondered that, but, that's just the way it is. And so they packed everything up, and they drove all the way back home. Andrew sees Hunter, right? Obviously for a very short amount of time. And then he goes back to New York with his family. You don't know anyone who would poke it the first time, in your opinion? Well, some guys like them, us women, we come in all different sizes. And there's always a guy who likes your size. I'm just saying. So, then Summer goes missing. I'm still on what I understand of the Andrew stuff, okay? All right. Summer goes missing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? You are definitely not stupid, though some people think a lot of people on YouTube are. I have been here since day one and have heard the most unbelievable lies coming out of certain people's mouths. Oh, exploited innocence. I've seen you in a lot of chat rooms, actually. And you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely... It sounds like a freaking Twilight Zone shit, right? So, anywho, Summer goes missing. Andrew, even himself, if I remember correctly, said that him and Hunter, their relationship was pretty much talking to each other while playing games. How them guys play all them games and they talk to each other and things like that. They got the the hall storage place was $1 for the first month. Well, I wonder if they got their dollar back, Dick Dalla. So, anywho, let me get through this really quick. So, Summer goes missing. Hunter's still here, or not here. I can't say here, but Hunter is still in Kingsport, right? Hey, Valerie. Welcome. Okay. So, hey Kiki, man. I don't know if I seen you or not. So Summer goes missing. H is still in Kingsport with his mama. The incident happens with Summer. And then there's Summer's reward, where all of a sudden, after, from my understanding, and don't be mad at me, Andrew, if I'm a little off on some stuff, you're more than welcome to come over and enlighten me, okay? Call me. And to make a long story short, Andrew felt that he should have Hunter, right? Felt that he should have Hunter. So he goes to court. Now, look how old Hunter is, right? And this is my opinion, allegedly, there wasn't much of a relationship. I don't want to say there wasn't a relationship between, Daddy and H, but just from what I caught listening, it was more of a verbal talking on the game and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he hires Jeremy Dugan from the Human Egg Solution. Jeremy Dugan gets all the court papers that says, because at that time, Andrew was supposed to get Hunter during the summer, and Summer went missing in June, right? So Andrew decided that he wanted Hunter. Jeremy came to get Hunter, to make a long story short. I can play the Jeremy Dugan thing again. I didn't really care about none of that, where it piqued my interest when Jeremy talked about the law enforcement officers who was at Allie's, and the vehicle that belonged to a off-duty officer was spotted on the hill the day Summer went missing. Jeremy Dugan ain't got no reason to lie, right? He don't have a reason to lie. So that all piqued my interest. So do we have a lot of questions over the Andrew shit? Absolutely. Because it was weird to me. One time, if I can remember correctly, Andrew had popped up on my panel, I think, or something. And it was the time that I played the clip from Jeremy Dugan, which I just ended up just deleting that because he doxed Andrew's address and stuff really bad. And I just didn't want dick with it. Come up and was saying that Jeremy Dugan, he didn't realize what type of person or organization. I don't know. It was a shit show. Okay. So that's the Andrew scenario as I remember it. Okay. So as far as him wanting Hunter and stuff, that to me is a totally different situation. Right? A totally different situation. That with H and Allie and Andrew and whoever else has nothing to do with Little Summer. Nothing. Except for, these people got to get on the internet, right? They come on the internet, and, why would, if the relationship between Allie and Andrew was so contentious, it didn't take them long before they were doing panels together, right? Oh, this internet. The internet. Let me tell you something about the internet. These people, allegedly, in my opinion, commentating and educating, right? Whatever I need to do to cover my ass. Oh Lord, these people, a lot of them, will come on their channels and tell you exactly what type of people they are. Okay? They will tell you exactly what type of people they are. And a lot of people are like, oh man, I'm going to hang on your channel. I'm going to get in your chat. I'm going to let you make me feel special. Right? Why is that? Why is that? Why do people, right? Because that's the way I look at it. There's the internet, and then there's the internet, right? Get up there, tell people what type of people they are, and people still gravitate. And let me tell you something, and this is my opinion. You can agree with me or not agree with me, right? Oh, how do I want to say this? Andrew Hills put himself in the middle of Summer's investigation for no reason. He says law enforcement didn't talk to him, right? So, but because H was his dad, and I agree with him a little bit, that he had just as much of a right to come on the internet and give his opinion on little Summer missing, right? Why? Why would you do that? I don't get it. If you wouldn't have come on the internet, would we have known anything about you going to Tennessee at all? You came on and was given your opinion about all of it. And at the time, you were conversing with H, right? It's all freaking weird. It's all weird. Allie pretty much got sideswiped so bad by the internet that she quit coming on panels. Because these people are making themselves internet, celebrities. Don't think Allie didn't make a little bit of cash. Andrew, I don't know if he's got members or not, really. So, they're celebrities now. But how would we have known anything about the only reason that people even, thought of Andrew because we found out he was the one who brought Jose there. If we wouldn't have known that, we wouldn't have known anything about Andrew or anything like that until that. And then people were interested with what he had to say. Is he telling the truth? I don't know. I mean, I still got a lot of questions, but that's on him. He's got his own channel and he can answer what he wants. It's always the last person that were with the victim. Candace, Grandis, and 3 brothers. Donnie said he wasn't there. Dick Dollar, I'm telling you, I would bet you $1 there, Dick Dollar, that old Donnie was home sometime that day. Right? So Allie made her a little bit of cash. Andrew's still on there, got his channel, and still gives these little opinions and theories on, what's flapping in the wind for him or whatever. Nothing personal, Andrew. And by Allie coming on and saying a lot of things she said, womb, guess what? She lost her kids, right? And do you think that anybody on this internet wasn't the cause of that? Yeah, it was. So, anywho, did I forget anything with that story? I broke it down as quickly as I could. Okay? So, I mean, honestly, we have sat for 2 years trying to figure the fuck out about Andrew going down there with all them people. And even though the kids don't mind it and it might be a nice little ride for them, that's a hell of a cruise to make in 2 days. Just saying. All right, let me get back on track here. See, you guys got me way out in left field, didn't you?
I called Kingsport City Police Department. They told me how to call Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Called Sullivan County. They told me how to call Hawkins County. So I had to go meet Hawkins County up at the church. And they...
Now you have to remember, law enforcement, and I believe TBI, told Jeremy Dugan that he could take possession of Hunter with the paperwork that he had. That he was free to go. That's what Jeremy Dugan says. And I believe him. Right? But, maybe TBI said, we don't need him anymore. We've questioned him enough or whatever, right? And, but he was in trouble. H was in trouble. He had been in some pretty big trouble. And I'll say alleged, even though they pretty much proved a fact. He had went to take a car that didn't belong to him and basically got caught. Now, it went around, and I'm going to say alleged, that the car that he tried to jack somebody over, right, had a kid in the back. And, then it come out that he didn't know there was a kid in the back. And the reason he was associated with them people, they were bad people. And, they got Hunter to do these things. Just something like that. You know what I mean?
He had to go up and get with my mother and get the kids.
So you did make a police report?
Yeah. No.
Well, I don't
You
know.
called them.
Sullivan County or whatever county they were.
When was this? When did this happen?
September.
About a year ago.
Oh, a year ago.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, like you were just saying just a little bit ago that, if your child was missing, you'd be beating the pavement. How?
Well, you know what, Brent? I kind of agree with you there because, you know what? They just told us that Don let Candace bring somebody home and she was doing the dirty with this guy and Don was okay with it for a few days. How do we know? Okay. In my opinion, Candace and Don know so much crap on each other. That's exactly why each of them ain't never left each other. They could probably put each other under the jail, right? No, this behavior isn't because they're poor. This behavior is because that's the way these people are. It ain't got nothing to do with being poor or rich, right?
How often has Candace and Don went out searching for their daughter that you guys know about?
I don't. All I know is about the times I know they were down here in the summertime parade. Because we didn't skip Candace.
The summertime parade that Candace said that you were sitting in the street on a curb and you were screaming, "Oh, ho, ho, they got your daughter. Ha ha ha. Right, Ellie?
But they,
What do you
wanna
mean?
sit with the car?
but they never had any pictures of.
Oh.
What, was she unattended or
She was probably
something?
drunk. No.
No, they were walking in the parade and she was walking and she was walking.
But yeah, but how often have you?
Dick Dallas says, Don and Candace have an open relationship. They live deviant lifestyles. Y'all don't know the half of it. Well, the part that I do know, I don't even want to let it go through my brain. The other stuff, right?
You heard of them actually going out, passing out
None.
flyers, asking
None.
questions, finding out?
They never had
That's
pictures
They
in the
were
beginning.
holding a prayer vigil over here in Borden Park somewhere.
Yes,
Like
because
once
me
a
and
week.
Sue were up there at a birthday party.
Okay, so they were just holding visuals. They weren't
Yeah.
actually looking for her.
Mm-mm.
I haven't seen anything about them out here looking for that baby.
The night that
What about the church they go to? That Seventh Day.
Left us out.
Yeah. What about the?
Now, don't forget, these folks don't have nothing to do with Don and Candace anymore. And I'm not a Don and Candace supporter by any means. But these people, you know, what they are saying is more of their opinion. They were not there, okay? And Allie, did your fat ass show up at the vigils? Did you? Show me a picture, girl. Show me receipts.
That Seventh-day Adventist
I don't
church.
know about that church. I don't know
the
nothing
night
about that
that she
church.
went missing, she
Because the whole time I hung
called
out with her,
Candace
she never
called
said
me up
anything about
about
church.
So they weren't really holy.
1 o'clock in the
people
morning
around
or
them.
something
They
like
never
that.
Seems like an
I
went to
said,
church.
Sherry, she's gone. I go,
Oh, did we forget about that? Not only did Candace, let's see, Candace called, who was it? Hunter, flipping, Allie. Marlena says that she called her at 7:30, and now we've got her calling Sherry at 1 o'clock in the morning. Holy moly.
It seems like an
What are
act.
you talking
And I was
about,
up there for
Candace?
most of the
You're
summer.
drunk. She goes,
So they weren't
Summer's
regular
gone.
parishioners at the
She's
church. They
missing.
went
She
once
walked
in a
out of the
while,
house.
but definitely
I
not
said,
regular.
what the hell?
She said she walked out of the house. Summer
The
walked out of the
neighbors
house.
pulled us
Whoa! She
aside
didn't say
and
somebody
spoke
took
to
her
us
out of the
and
house.
said,
She
"You
said
have
she
to
walked
realize
out of
that
the
those
house."
people are
She walked out of the
evil."
house.
Because I honestly believe, this is just my opinion, that Candace wasn't there. Don Wells is the one who immediately said, my daughter's been kidnapped. Right? My daughter's been kidnapped. 911 call. Mother went for a walk. Candace says, I don't walk. My ass don't walk. Right? I don't walk around this area. I'm too scared of the wild animals. Gosh, I just get so feisty, y'all. It does. This shit, 2 years we've listened to this shit.
That's what Candace told you that night at 1 in the
I
morning.
know.
Yeah.
What else she said?
Screaming regularly.
That was about it
Is that
because I
the
hung up
people
on her.
on the hill?
Yes.
Hung up on her.
You hung up on Candace, who was telling you that a little girl that you supposedly loved was gone, just missing. But y'all loved her so much. Did your asses go looking for her? Show me some receipts that your asses went looking for Summer.
So she said
On YouTube.
Summer walked out of the house.
That was you.
As she goes,
Well, I didn't
she
see
was
him do it.
downstairs in the
She said, "They
basement.
just
She opened
saw
up the
you."
door
Yeah, remember you
and
cursed me
just
out? That was
walked
because
out.
I asked him when's Summer's birthday. That was
That
me.
was you.
Yeah.
That's me. That was me.
Interesting.
That was you. I'm bullhorn, buddy.
Would you like to come on their channels and speak sometime to exchange
Yeah,
information?
Oh, you're
we
not
should get
supposed
your
to?
We were
message
told
out.
we're not even supposed to talk to you.
Oh.
Gotcha.
Really?
Well, OJLR and Bullhorn Betty and Molly, it kind of depends how much money y'all can get together to hand to Allie, and she sticks it in her freaking pocket.
Well,
It would be nice. Maybe once this all wraps up, you guys can, because you guys are victims
You
too.
guys were really
Once
nice.
it all ends, my statements will be heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you expect it to be end soon?
No.
No.
I don't
Why?
know.
They know where her body is, and it's
If they don't let anybody up on the property, then that means she's probably
We're
good
hiding
to she's
some-
up
come
there.
Holy moly. Cassandra. How do you know? Show me some receipts. But I appreciate your opinion there, Cassandra.
There. And
So
they're
they-
trying to
they
cover
stopped
up
all
where
law
the bones
enforcement
are
from going
gone
up there and
too,
doing
where
some more
there's
searches?
nothing, you know.
No, I know there
Watch
on
the
was.
their
shows.
property. I mean,
I
right up
know-
around their house.
I know last week.
Yeah, Sherry's been watching CSI and shit, okay?
They had a
They had a search team out there for 2 or 3 days.
Yes.
two.
But
Yeah.
was it on their property or was
I
it?
think it was by their
Yeah, the
property.
brush, the high brush.
The high
I
brush.
was
But it
like,
wasn't on their property because
No, it was by
like behind it, because the person they couldn't get to before.
Because of that.
Let me just say this about Don's coworkers. And this is my opinion. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. The day that the protesters came up there, they were defending Don, right? But if you work for a company, you all do, and you've got people like that out in the street, and even after that day, to keep yourself out of the situation, right? And not have Don Wells blasting your name all over center media, right? The centernet. Wouldn't it be just as easy to say, yeah, he's a good guy, whatever, and let it go? Because by them saying that, guess what? Nobody questioned him anymore. They didn't want to. They didn't want to question him anymore because they wasn't saying anything bad about the Wells or Don. So let's leave them alone, right? Let's leave them alone. Let's go find more people who can talk bad about them. Not because I'm a Don and Candace fan. It's just fact, okay?
I have
So
to
There was a
say,
river too or something.
Yeah.
because I'll regret it if I don't say it. You seem to really, your intuition is on spot. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I like the way you talk. I like the way you speak.
Shut up, Molly. Are you serious? And you're a life coach? Was you giving them life coaching lessons? Holy moly, Molly. My opinion,
It's very, you know what? There's no filter. What do you honestly think of the grandmother? Because the
The
grandmother,
grandmother, she's an
Sherry,
old brat.
she asked me. I don't like it.
she don't like the woman. Boy, Cassandra, she just don't like nobody. Man, Cassandra, you're just a bitter woman.
did she give you a creepy vibe?
Yes, because she wanted Allie to be her daughter because her daughter was dead.
That's a fucked up thing to say. Do you honestly believe, and I'm not a Grandma Candace fan, do you honestly believe that Grandma wanted to treat Allie like a daughter? Now, remember, Candace and Allie are tight. So because Grandma feels that maybe Allie is like a daughter to her, right? It's because Rose is DAAD, allegedly. Holy moly, Jesus, take the wheel.
She was trying to edge her away from me. Now, she's my oldest grandchild. You know,
So you was jealous, Cassandra. Somebody was trying to take Allie away from you. Jeezy wheeze.
and we've always been close.
She did draw a wedge between me and Ellie, but I never.
Okay, so she also, Grandma Candace also drove a wedge between Sherry and Allie. Huh. Oh my goodness. This is just remarkable. So, man, Allie. Everybody just wanted Allie.
We're like,
But it sounded like
you know, I was there for Ellie.
So let me ask you something. Do you think Don Wells went to work? Did he go to work that day?
Oh, no, we don't
You don't
we
know.
don't know
No.
for sure
She came here,
in the morning.
picked up Hunter about 10:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
and these were her words: "We're gonna go fishing. I wanted to."
That is what was said. Candace said, we're gonna go fishing. Supposedly, Grandma Candy kept fishing poles and stuff in her truck. But then you hear Dawn talking about the Subaru and said Candace always kept a change of clothes and stuff in the Subaru for the kids. Right?
Take Summer fishing.
Not the boys,
Not the boys. No boys were with her.
just the
Because
stupid grandmother.
Grandma's in the hospital because the boys were in Gatlinburg and the boys kicked her in her bad knee.
I heard
Had
that.
an iron knee or something. You know what I'm saying.
She had knee replacement.
Oh my God. Let's add that to Grandma's knee, okay? Grandma had a knee replacement. She said iron knee. Grandma Candy, was that knee metal? And then we heard somebody say that she had a fake leg. Easy weasy.
A bum knee. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, it's
She
just
had all that medication.
Now, what they're saying is the boys were hellions. They were little boys. But they must not like Grandma Candy too much if they're kicking her in the knee.
it's just Hunter and Summer,
Really?
What's
Yeah.
gonna
She
happen?
had
They're
all
going to
that
a public place to
medication
go
from the
fishing.
hospital that they
That's like
picked
his
up
little
after.
sister. Just because me and Candace had issues doesn't mean I'm gonna stop the kids from seeing one another. It's stupid. So they dropped.
I agree. That's very adult of you guys, right? But if you ask Candace and Dawn, Allie was lazy, never wanted to do anything. That's why they took the kids all the time, because Dawn tried to be a father figure to H because Andrew wasn't around. I didn't say it, Andrew.
Hunter back off here at 2:30 there, parked right in front of that.
With this pole
Yep, facing this
facing which way?
this way.
This way. Oh,
The
interesting.
way she always did.
Like she owns the
At
road.
2:30,
Okay.
At 2:30 p.m.
and then that's it.
What
But
was
you
your
don't know.
reaction?
She never said that. You don't know if Don actually went to work that day or not.
What was your reaction when you found out Summer is officially missing?
I thought it was. I thought she
Okay.
was lying to me.
Okay, before we get into the lion and the plain wolf. Okay, I just lost myself. Are you guys 420 in it? Because it's coming through my monitor. Okay, I blame it on y'all. Just had a brain fart. And let me tell you guys something. As far as the lawyers and Don Wells and shit, every state, every town has it's free lawyers. And I can't remember what they're called, but they're free lawyers. If you're low income and you need a lawyer, you go through your little town or state or whatever, and they will help you get a pro bono lawyer. Okay?
Because I thought she was drunk, and I told her that, and she goes, "No, she's gone."
Football field. I was at the football field. My phone was dead. It was in Leslie's van charging. So my son called Leslie's. I said, Mom's got to call Candace. Summer's missing. I said, stop playing with me.
Now, H said he called Allie and told Candace to call Allie because he didn't believe her. So if Candace told Allie this Summer was missing, then he would believe her. And that's what I call Candace crying wolf. Because if you look at everybody that she called, right, they didn't believe her. None of them thought it was a big freaking deal until it was a big deal. Kind of like Robin Lane said, right? Didn't think it was a big deal until I seen it was a big deal. Okay?
She's just pulling my leg to get me to talk to her. And then, it's just like, and so we got in the van after football practice. We went to the cookout. Was ordering everybody food. Got on my phone, and plain as day, was emergency child alert on Facebook from Hawkins County Emergency Services.
So, Allie, Sherry, Cassandra, you all loved Summer so much. And I can see why you think Candace might have been playing wolf. But you just blow it off and go to the cookout. Okay, girl. I see ya. I see ya, Allie.
I said, holy shit, she's really missing.
That's when you called me.
I called my mother. I said, check this. I said, Summer's missing.
And I said, no, you're bullshit.
I said, yeah, it's on Facebook. So then I hung up the phone with her.
Oh.
I called Candace.
Yeah.
She didn't answer. So I tried calling her on Facebook. No answer. Tried calling her on Snapchat. She didn't answer. Used my daughter's Snapchat. Didn't answer. Came here. She called us back. No shed of tears, no nothing. I said, what's wrong? She goes, Summer's missing. I go, what do you mean this?
Summer's gone.
Summer's gone. I said, what do you mean Summer's gone? Like, I started.
Now wait. They're all with Allie, right? I thought it was just Allie and Leslie. But Cassandra's telling Allie word for word, verbatim, what was said on that call. Oh, Lord. As the holler turns.
Interrogating. I said, what do you mean? I just seen you guys at 2:30 when you dropped Hunter out. What happened in between? Well, we came home and we planted flowers on the side of the house, and Mom was in her trailer. Summer wanted a piece of candy, so she went into Mom's trailer. Mom gave her a piece of candy.
Ho, 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 ho. That's the script down to a T. Right? If my child goes missing, somebody calls me repeatedly and I call them back, do you think I'm going to sit there and go, oh, Summer wanted some candy, we planted some flowers? Really? I would have been hysterically screaming, my daughter's gone, my daughter's gone, my daughter's gone. Donnie's got car payment just like everybody else. Dawson helped them get it at Wallace Subsoil, Johnson City, Tennessee. I agree with you there, Dick Dollar. I believe that old David Dodson, yeah, he was a playing East Flute, all right. I do not want to hear that David Dodson only knew Don and Candace from a few times of meeting them at church, and only knew Summer from the few times that he associated with her at church. Right? No, Corey, that's not true. You didn't have to pay taxes to get the stimulus money. I'm on disability. I don't pay taxes. I don't make enough to pay taxes. You don't have to. You still get the child credit and stuff like that too.
Summer wanted to go into the house and play with the boys. So I watched her go into the house to play with the boys. I went in the camper to fix Mom's bandage on her knee.
Now, is Ellie saying this because Candace said this to her word for word, or is this what she's already heard on the internet, right?
Then she went back
So
to
then
the
she
house.
went back. She goes, I went back over to the house, asked the boys if they seen Summer. They said she was downstairs in the basement playing.
Now, see, that's what made me ask that question. Because Sherry piped in. Were those two listening to the conversation between Allie and Candace to know exactly word for word? Or did they hear this off the internet first? And like a lot of people, when you hear something like that, you keep adding it to the story that you're telling. You understand? Sorry I got loud.
I said, did you look in the basement? Yeah, I tore it apart. I said, was the door shut? Was it open? 'Cause that door always stayed shut.
Yeah.
And there used to be a couch in front of it. She goes, she's gone. What do you mean she's gone?
What was her? What was she? Was she crying?
No,
No.
she didn't shed a tear.
No tear.
Not one tear.
No.
No, Candace, you didn't shed a fucking tear. And you tried to tell everybody that you just didn't want to show your emotions to people, that you didn't even really show your emotions to your mama. But you sure in the fuck cried really hard when the mafia had Dawn, right?
She faced.
She wasn't hysterical. She was just
No.
calm.
She
Did
called
you
me on the
actually
phone.
see
They seen
Summer
her
in the
face. She
car?
wasn't crying.
She, when they pulled up, yeah, she was
So
in,
you saw her.
She did.
Was she alive?
She was sleeping, but it was hot out that
she
day.
was sleeping.
They had the windows rolled up. It was hot.
The windows were rolled up, and I wanted to give her a hug,
No
and she
air
said I couldn't
conditioning.
give her a hug.
Now, see, I don't understand that because Candace says she didn't like the air conditioning, so she kept the windows rolled down all the time.
So right there,
Is that
where I
suspicious
said-
to you?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
Yeah.
you heard of secondary
I
drowning,
said I
right?
always hug
Yeah.
this baby. Whenever she
Whether
heard my
she's
name.
sleeping or not.
Secondary
Yeah.
drowning.
Oh, is that who first mentioned secondary drowning? No. The minute that they knew that Summer was out there playing, she went under the water a little bit. You know, Hunter, I had to grab her from the water. And they're like, well, what was her reaction? She started laughing. I am sorry. She would have had to have gotten a little bit of water in her fucking lungs, you know, or been underwater long enough where she held her breath for a long period of time. I mean, I can get into all that, but do you guys really think that Summer fucking dry drowned? If that's your opinion, that is fine and dandy. Okay? But it ain't mine. Sorry if I'm yelling.
Wake up.
She
Which
was
is what,
having
like,
her in my arms.
Where you swallow
She'd
so
be
much
out of that
water and then
front of
later
the
on,
house.
if you don't get it all out or something, I don't know.
She
So you're-
loved a lot of outside people that were. She was clinging onto.
Did Hunter say like anything was going on in the car? Like she was. Did you ask him?
He wouldn't
Like,
talk.
was she alive? Was she awake?
He wasn't in the right state of mind when he came back, Ellie.
He wasn't talking. Like,
No.
I said,
Maybe his ass didn't want to fucking talk to you, Allie and Sherry and Cassandra. You know, I couldn't imagine you three fucking people coming at me, throwing 50 million questions at me, just because, not because you really give a shit, but you want the inside scoop before anybody else has it. That's just my opinion, right?
somehow it was. He said, fine. And then I didn't know anything about the alcohol at that time. His girlfriend's mom picked him up about 3:30, 4 o'clock. And when she came back with him, she goes, I got something to tell you. Hunter's got something to tell you. I'm like, what? He goes, Candace gave me alcohol.
And those puff.
That day.
And probably what happened, in my opinion, Hunter had drank that freaking twisted tea, copped him a little buzz, and then, you know, was picked up by the girlfriend and her mother, and the mother was probably like, "What the fuck's up with you?" Right?
Hey,
Yes.
Yes.
And puff bars
Puff
at
bars.
the.
swimming hole.
I said, what?
What kind of alcohol?
Those twisted teas.
What are puff bars?
A twisted tea has about, I believe, 5% alcohol. Okay.
They are in nicotine.
Why would she do that?
Yeah,
Why not?
and the kids all like it.
All the kids do them around here, like.
So is it possible Hunter was under the influence
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so. I really do.
and really didn't know if Candace or if
She said that he was like
He-
not himself.
He was not himself. I knew
was
something was
fine.
wrong.
He did.
And he will not talk. He's scared shitless. Maybe they threatened him because I know them to threaten kids and
And
they
later
threaten my
on-
grandkids.
But we have to remember Hunter went into the woods. And in my opinion, he was drinking the twisted tea so that way nobody seen him and they didn't get in trouble. But they also said maybe he was on the phone. So how do we know what affected Hunter wasn't what he was conversing about on the phone? I'm just saying, okay?
Later on that night, Hunter shut down. And I didn't even know anything. And he had texted his girlfriend something. Her mom called me. I spazzed. Hunter was not himself. I called him a friend of mine because Grandma was home.
Yeah, sure, you come get me.
Yep.
I had to put my 3 clothes back
Oh my
on.
God! Even you're almost in tears.
And I said, what's wrong? You want to talk to me? You want to come out of it or nothing? He was just sitting there, rocking back and forth. My homegirl had to come. And we had all we could do to get him out of that house, out of his room, and sit him at this table. I had to call the TVI back up. I think he was traumatized. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Something
definitely.
happened at that
I
water
think-
hole that he
I think
saw.
he sobered up or whatever you want to call it and remembered.
Maybe she did drown there. Maybe she did.
He will not talk about it.
I appreciate your little opinion there, Sherry. I really do. And also, just to let everybody know, if you pull up Grandma Candy, she's got a shitload of aliases. Don's even got an alias or two, okay? I would have to look to tell you guys what the names are, but just give you a heads up. I mean, even though I'm letting you guys know this stuff, any part of it that you want to know more about, please feel free to ask, or please research this all on your own. And I don't say it anymore, but I used to tell people before I start my live, get you a pencil and a piece of paper out, and you just jot down what you think might be important that I'm saying. Hello, Autumn Rose. Welcome, welcome. The long-haired lady there, her name is Shira. That's Allie's mama. I feel this one time, Allie and Sherry were possibly being honest, so many lies from them since day one. Well, this is the thing. Just like everybody else, they've got their opinions and theories too. And we have to remember, some of what they're saying was already out on social media, okay? That's what I try to tell everybody. A lot of what I say was out on social media, but I try to look at it with a lot of common sense, and I also look at how a lot of this stuff's being said. So, following Summer's case since day one, I mean, from the get-go, right? I can look back on a lot of this now and see it in such a different light. In such a different light. And I don't expect for everybody to agree with what I'm saying, okay? I'm just throwing my opinions and theories and stuff in there just like everybody else. That's why I always appreciate you guys. Don and Candace are career criminals. They know how to manipulate every situation. It just happens to be YouTube at this time. Well, let me tell you, when it comes to the internet, a lot of these people came to YouTube, right? There are things that she is saying that, in my opinion, they do know from experience. My thing on that, the things they're saying that they know from experience, are you shitting me? And these people didn't do anything. They didn't come out and snitch on Dawn for touching their kids, right? Why didn't they do that? Right?
But he will not talk about. He wasn't the same when he came
pretty
back.
bad in and of
I'm
itself,
sorry.
You know that.
I'm sorry.
And I
Sorry.
get in trouble because he refused to go to school. Candace had received a phone call that day in the car.
No. Candace.
Watch out. Cassandra's on the loose again.
Saying.
Oh, the day after he was interrogated, we were interrogated by CBI. Candace had a mouth to show at her house. With her grandmother. Well, with her mother.
Candace showed up at Allie's after Hunter had been interrogated by the TBI.
I'm in the bathroom, so I can't come to my son's rescue.
She's in the bathroom, Allie. You don't need a fucking house. You just need one big goddamn bathroom. You could put a stove and a refrigerator in there. I mean, jeezy weezy.
Take the toilet with me. And I said, Hunter, I'm like, who's here? He's like, Candace. Like, quick, take a shit.
Yeah.
And by the time I got out here, they were already left. I said, what did she say to you? What did they say to you? Did they threaten you? He goes, no, Mom, it's good. He goes, all they did was ask me what I told the TBI because they said that I could tell them because they're the ones that sent me. I said,
Okay, make that make sense. TBI. Talk to Hunter. Grandma Candace shows up. What'd you say to TBI? Allie says, did they threaten you? Hunter says, no. But they said that I could tell them what I told TBI because TBI's the one who sent them. Did you guys catch that? Holy moly.
first of all, I don't think they're the ones that sent them here. I said, you're on YouTube in a TikTok video. It was a matter of time before they came and got you because I was going to call them myself and tell, hey, look, my son was with them that day. Like, he's the one that's in the TikTok video because everyone's questioning, who's this boy that's in the TikTok video.
So Hunter let law enforcement know that he was the kid in the TikTok video. Because Allie says, this is just what I'm hearing, that if they wouldn't have found out who he was before, she was going to call and let him know. Holy moly, Jesus, take the wheel.
And they probably did threaten him because they threatened. We had an incident. I had an incident with
Have you
him.
guys thought about getting him into a psychiatrist?
Holy moly, Betty. Why didn't you be quiet for just a minute? I wanted to hear what else Sherry had to say there.
You had an incident with him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
getting the help
CPS
now.
came and they came down to
Yeah.
interrogate
I
my
just-
granddaughter.
I really would like to
Matter
say
of
to
fact,
them,
Candace's mother wanted to take my
you know,
oldest
if
granddaughter
something's on
outside.
your mind,
My
please
oldest
tell
granddaughter
them.
flipped
They
her
can
wig
help-
and
they can help you sort
slammed
it
the
out.
door, cussed her out.
Candace's
mother. And Candace, and she ran off, and she goes, well, your granddaughter ran off. And I said,
I'm here.
she's fine, and she'll come back. I said, what'd you say to her? Well, she goes, I just said that, asked her what she said. I asked her what she said to CPS. I said, what do you mean? If you got nothing to hide. This is before even Summer came up missing. This had to deal with giving kids weed because a phone call came in from CPS saying that I was giving the kids weed. My grandkids said, no, it wasn't me, it was kids.
Oh, so everybody been sitting to wonder how many times CPS get called on them. People are saying a lot. But now we know that CPS was blaming her for giving the kids weed, and it wasn't her, and she wasn't going to take the fall, so she decided to say it was Candace. Right? Oh my gosh. Oh my golly. Oh, guys, you got me today. It's 11 after 3 hours. Holy guacamole.
Well, they don't put no.
And so she came down to
Like I think about that little girl every day.
threaten my granddaughter.
Like I put myself.
No, I get it.
So now
I don't blame you.
and then when they
Why would they threaten the granddaughter? Well, she is the one who said it was Candace. But in my mind, if Candace wanted to bump chest with somebody, she should have did it with Sherry, right? I didn't put two and two together. H was the one who put the TikTok video out about Summer being in the well. Thank you. I'm giving you a standing ovation, exploited innocence. Ooh, holy moly.
did this with her before Summer even came up missing, I was really mad. Now I'm really
We've been going to restaurants. Everywhere we went in City Hall, we went to police.
Let me tell you guys something. This is the thing when it comes to CPS. CPS gets put into a position where someone will call CPS on a parent. Okay? And then the person who calls CPS on that parent over a specific thing, that parent starts throwing the other parent under the bus. So then not only does CPS have one case, it turns into them have to investigate 2 different cases, right? So not only were they having to investigate, Sherry allegedly giving weed to the kids, but when they said Candace was doing it, they also had to investigate that, right? Autumn said, yes, it did seem like Hunter was hinting to when it came to the Google photos in the Chris interview. Yes, right. And you don't have to care for Chris. It's okay if you don't care for Chris. I want his sunglasses. Call me Chris.
We were so happy too. And we thanked people for having it up. We were so appreciative. But the only time we were denied any sort of access was at the church.
Molly, why did they tell you to stay out of the church? Could it have been that you and your little boots up booties went into that church after your subs were hyped up that you guys were undercover reporters, journalists, life coaches, victims advocates, and you got the money to buy pins with cameras on it, right? You took your ass, excuse me, Lord, if I cuss, I'm sure you don't mind, into that church, and you put a little child on camera. It doesn't matter whose child it was. I know whose child it was. And questioned that child and put it right on your little Centernet channel. Don't you play with me, Molly. Molly.
At the church.
They saw us and then they.
What was spots that Don Wells and and Candace would frequent down here, like places?
Warriors Park.
Yeah.
We
That
went
was a
down
big
there, and
hangout.
then there's another one, Laurel Run. But
Whoa. There we go. Huh. Laurel Run, right? Isn't that what's out and about in the YouTubian galaxy right now? Laurel Run or whatever it is. Oh, Fred. Didn't Fred Hill talk about it? Oh my gosh. Why did it take this long for anybody to even pay attention to that place, right? Why? Inquiring minds want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. So that's two places right there, okay? The swim hole, and then she mentioned that. Do you not think that law enforcement hadn't already checked that area? If law enforcement was watching these people so close, and they were watching these YouTubers so close, and they were taking everything that these people had to say in, right? Huh.
they never really think that one.
No, it was
And
always.
there's trails up there. Is there a story behind Sonic? Because someone keeps telling me to check out a person that works at Sonic. Nope. No, okay. I don't know anything else.
But guess what? I don't think anybody ever talked to the person at Sonic, supposedly. Right? What could that person at Sonic have to say? Inquiry minds want to know. Inquiring minds want to know.
I don't know
Were
anybody.
you surprised when you found out they didn't go fishing?
That's like, well, what do you guys do? Oh, we went swimming.
So it went from fishing to swimming.
Yeah. Because I guess her daughter wanted to go swimming because it was hot out.
She loved the water.
She was a water guppy.
And right where they usually went fishing.
Okay. Supposedly they didn't have the poles and stuff, which was stated that Grandma always kept poles and stuff in her truck. Make that make sense.
Right where the kids would go swimming. Like, so they go swimming in this part, and then you walk around the base, and then you go forward, down a little bit. And that's
When we went swimming with them one time, I didn't go in the water, but I taught my grandkids how to swim and tread water if they ever got out where it was too deep. This little girl went out deep, and I said, Candace, she's going to go down the river in the current. Oh, no, she's okay.
She's coming right now. I'm coming up. You're going to fall. Okay.
All right, I'll be right back. I got to hold my hands. My hands are cool. My hand.
All right.
Traffic it for somebody.
All right. That, let's see. I want to
perfectly
stop
curious.
this. Let me stop you right there, Nita. All right. That was the end of that. That was the end of that. Well, I hope you all liked my commentating. I hope I gave you a little bit of educating. Anybody else got any questions? I will pick at my brain for all of y'all. Jim Mullen still has or had Don's phone. He doesn't have Don's phone, Autumn. He downloaded everything on Don's phone. And then the phone was given to Candace in a plastic bag, right? Why the hell? I don't understand why the phone was in a plastic bag, right? Oh, thank you, Autumn, if you go back and rewatch. The world turns on this internet. This internet. This internet. You know, I hear little things and then I write stuff. and it kind of cracks me up. Because I heard somebody talking about bug in the woods, okay? And I always got to rhyme my shit for some reason. I don't know what it is. I just love rhymes, okay? And for some reason I wrote, bugs in the woods, you better run and hide. Bugs in the woods, you better quicken your stride. Oh, bugs. Oh, I have a suggestion for Ziggy too. When you're doing them video chats and stuff, oh Zigster, I'd make sure that you make Fred there show his hands at all times. Okay? That's just something I want to let you know. A little friendly piece of advice. Make him show his hands. Okay? Lord have mercy. So, I think that's all I have on this internet today. Now, Anita here is talking about something interesting. Also, I seen on her channel, I'm not sure where it's at, where she kind of showed an amount of money that Benny and the Jets acquired, right? And a couple other people. I still say this, I'll say alleged. And Benny, call me. Just don't tell me you love me, okay? And he acquired to basically be the big tough guy and chase Bernie Shell and certain people away from Summer's case. Allegedly, that's what I'm saying. And let me tell you guys something about this internet. Don and Candace, both of them, if both of them go back to, right, Tennessee, which I don't think that with them not really knowing what's going to happen when Don gets back, that Candace would go back at the same time, right? I mean, wouldn't that be convenient if they really wanted both of them and they got them both in one place? They're not stupid, even though they're allegedly drug addicts, right? So, even though Dawn's daughter's going through what she is, and we pray that she's fine, why would they both come back at the same time? Hence, Candace crying, oh, make sure you come back, Dawn. Right? Dawn loves Candace when he's around her, right? She's the greatest thing that could ever happen to him. They'll talk shit about her. They'll throw her under the bus. Candace, don't break my fucking door, right? Elbows her in the mouth. Right? Good old guy. We'd all want somebody like that to love us, wouldn't we? Okay? They're not going to come back at the same time. At all. Now, I'm not going to show this Nita thing because she's just talking about, you know, traffickers, the mafia, different stuff like that. I'll get into that a different time. Because even though I've done some content on trafficking and stuff, it's basically just to kind of give an idea of what these traffickers, their mindset and things like that, is why I did that. I cannot say with receipts that Andrew was doing anything like that, okay? There's no receipts showing that. But just a little tidbit more about Andrew. And Andrew, if you're listening, correct me if I'm wrong. So Andrew was going to go to Summer's first vigil and he was also going to see Hunter. Hunter was working, and Andrew somehow was connected through a friend that if he went, that this friend, without Andrew knowing it, knew Andy Bernard. And from what Andrew said, it was worked out that Andrew could rent the 125 cabin while he was there, right? Oh, you got "Don't Tell Me You Love Me" stuck in your head? So he was going to rent that cabin, right? Just because all of a sudden a friend of his ended up knowing Andy Bernard. Make it make sense. Like I said, killer looks. I'll have to find the video to tell you guys which one it is. But he talked about someone living in Beach Creek that actually had ties to none other than Allie's one night stand, Andrew Hiltz. And Andrew ain't got transportation or gas money. I don't know if his probation officer would let him. Oh, I don't know, Dick Dollar. I didn't really look into it that much. That was the only part about it that interested me, was that all of a sudden, you know, he knew somebody that hooked him up with Andy Bernard. Squall said they fight so people will leave Can alone. Make that make sense. I understand what you're saying. 24. I understand what you said. Because if I can see what you're saying, because if I don't want to misspeak for Squall, but I would look at that as that would if people seeing Don treating Candace like shit, then they're gonna feel sorry for her. So I get that. I get that. So that would be kind of my take on maybe that statement, but I haven't heard the whole thing, so. Allie, Andrew's ex, visits Andy B. Eddie's work in Kingsway. I don't know about that Dick Dollar because he's not even in the state. From what I heard, Dick Dollar, was that Allie did. Oh no, that's what you said, Dick Dollar. I'm sorry. I looked at that wrong. Yes, it was said that Allie hung out at Andy B's work. Yes, sir. She shared an assault by a lie, and Dawn told her that Summer was with a neighbor, and they tried going for her, but dude was holding a shotgun, said he'd lose his life if he ever came back. Well, this is Autumn. This is my understanding of that situation. Dawn went to Bays Mountain, if I'm not mistaken. Said he was looking for Summer. He got up there and he was like, "Where's my daughter?" Whatever Don said, right? Usually he'll say something, then he'll go, "and blah, blah, blah." And it's like, so we're supposed to figure out what the fucking blah, blah, blah means, right, Don? So, supposedly the dude ran him off, told him, "Get out of here," or whatever, right? Then, lo and behold, there's a 5-year-old, not a 3-year-old, not a 2-year-old, not a 6-year-old, not an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old little girl who Don says, I just don't know, but, you know, she was out there playing by the road, right? So, Um, Squirrel's got crap load of videos. Um, you guys should go watch it. She's got a lot of information. A lot of information. I don't know why her and Candace had a falling out. I don't know anything about that. But yeah, go over and check out her stuff. She's got quite a few. She's got quite a few videos. So anyhow, there's this little 5-year-old who's out playing by the road that Don feels like he's such a good Samaritan that he's going to go up, knock on the door. Supposedly the grandfather was there. Don says, well, the guy mumbled or whatever, right? So Don goes to get in his truck and leave. And he gets mad again, right? So he goes back up to the house. I can't remember what he tried to say. He said about the little girl or whatever. But anyhow, he says, well, I said something to the girl, but I don't remember what I said, because you got to remember, when Don talks to you, you know what he's talking about, everything's, So Don making himself out to be this caring person that cares about this 5-year-old little girl. The mother goes on social media and just reams the shit out of him. Right? Now, this is just my opinion. You guys can take it however you want. If I thought that anyone was being kind enough to let me know that my child was playing in an area that might not be safe, I don't think I'd be going on the internet slamming his ass, right? But then again, Don can't remember exactly what he said to a little 5-year-old girl, right? Make it all make sense. So, I don't know, y'all. I just don't know. But I guess today's a good example of within one video, right? And you can go to Bullhorn Betty's, and you can go to Jonathan's, and you can go to Betty's, Betty, Jonathan, Olivia, and Molly Golightly, and each one of them will have a video, right? Olivia may not, but each one of them will have a video of that very interview right there. Okay? You'll hear maybe on Betty's or Molly's, JLR talking to Sherry in the background. Right there was 4 people's content. I can't remember if Olivia used it. 3 different conversations, right? That was content for all of them. And it was weird to me. I'm going to tell you what was weird to me, okay? It was weird to me that it seemed like Allie and them were getting out of a car. And these people just happened to be driving by at the wrong time, right? Right? This is the stuff that's been going on in Summer's case that I feel most of it has nothing to do with Summer going missing. Nothing. These people weren't there. Allie wasn't there. Her son was. We don't really know what he told her. But you have to remember, these people, Allie, Andrew, didn't hesitate to go on the internet, right? Go on the internet and talk shit. Because it was easy to do. Can I blame them where they get their money? I don't give a shit where they get their money. It doesn't matter to me if they made millions off this internet. Because I didn't give them none of my money. Right? But it's hard for me to look at some of these individuals who have been charged with crimes or have been in prison before to get up on the internet and feel that they have the right to do background checks on people, to call people out for their nefarious shit when they're sitting back and they want to keep theirs under wrap, right? Let's talk about everybody else, right? He also said none of them give a damn about any of the missing kids. Oh, well, you know what? But Benny and the Jets. Don't you have a video out there, man, that tells people how to make money off a missing child? I'll have to find that and show it to you guys. It's really interesting. These people, you guys, that involved them with Summer's Gate. Look what I just showed you yesterday, the Brad Wishing shit. And I'm sorry, but there's a lot of them that will swear up and down, it's all about Summer, it's all about Summer, it's all about Summer. And from me on the outside looking in, I mean, I haven't had my channel out that long, guys. I think I started like my first video maybe the middle of January. I've been watching these people for a long time. I watched some of them before they even started in Summer's case. And it wasn't good. It wasn't good. None of them. Okay? That in my eyes, in my opinion. That's what I try to tell you guys. These people really tell you who they are. And you only hear little bits and pieces of it. And then they suck you in to feeling sorry for them, right? And you get a little bit of empathy and sympathy going on. And then comes in the, oh man, I can't pay my bill. Oh man, I need to move. Oh man, my car's fucked up. I need a car. All kinds of shit. I watched it go down right in front of my eyes. But you know what? I kept my mouth shut. That shit wasn't none of my business. It really wasn't. So I just sat back and watched it. Every once in a while, I would get in somebody's chat and I would say, if you want to donate to a cause, you do not have to send your money to these people. Please contact the organization yourself and send your money to them yourselves. And some people didn't like me for that. But you know what? Too fucking bad. Too fucking bad. I'm sad. Left and right when I nannied for my aunt in a small Baptist town. I couldn't even say OMG. Yeah. I mean, when you get into, you know, especially up in the Appalachian Mountain, them people, a lot of them are very, very religious people. and they hold God very close to their hearts. Okay, especially the older generation. You know, they hold Jesus very close, and you know, I hold Jesus close too, and I don't think he'd mind if I cuss a little bit. You know, I mean, I ain't doing nothing that bad. I just have a bad potty mouth. Okay, I admit it. Sorry about your luck. I mean, the fuck word is my favorite word. It covers so many different things. A noun, an adjective, a verb. Man, you can take that word and use it however you want, right? Describes just how you feel about something. Just in chat, if you would, if you got, none of my people cuss in my chat, but just dress up the cuss words because YouTube kind of, you know, it's a weird thing. It's weird. And I try to behave too because, you know, I try not to dox people and things like that because my channel is important to me, right? So I try to be careful. And I know I do cuss, but, you know, I mean, come on, YouTube. If you're going to let Don Wells spout off and call everybody the N-word like you do, I'm sure me saying fuck isn't really, you know, that traumatic to people. Okay? I'm just saying. Oh, yeah, Dick Dollar. Ooh, those serpent handling Pentecostals. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I would be scared shitless to even walk in that church. And I know I ain't sinned enough for a damn rattlesnake to bite me, but my luck, he'd be damn hungry and his ass would bite me. Right? Always talk about the Walmart family. You never thought about the Dollar family? Yeah, poor Candace got thrown out of Walmart. And you know what I say about that? I say, she just said out loud what a lot of us think in our head. Okay? Some people don't like Walmart, and people at Walmart piss them off because, you know, allegedly, Walmart don't treat their employees that good. So why in the hell should they treat the customers good? Just saying. What I heard. That's what I heard. True detective snake charmers. Yeah, man, I've watched those dudes handle those freaking all kinds of snakes. Yeah, Chloe, Candace can't go to Walmart. But Donnie, he was such a great dad that he would take Summer to shopping by herself and not take the boys. But the boys understood. That's the creepiest thing I ever heard this fucker say, okay? Oh, well, not the creepiest thing. But he said that he would take Summer out shopping by herself to have this one-on-one time with her, and that the boys wouldn't mind because they knew how he felt about Summer, right? So he would take her and buy her a toy. But then I got kind of really creeped out when he made the comment that, well, you know, I've got a toy in my truck. And this is just me. I can't remember exactly how he said it, but I took Summer to get a toy and she left it in my truck. Summer was 5 years old. Do you honestly believe that if Daddy took her and bought her a new toy and they came back, that she was just going to leave it in his truck? She wasn't going to take it in and show Mommy and her brothers her new toy. She wasn't going to hang on to that new toy like a lot of kids do when they get a new toy. Man, my kids were little. I'd buy them a new toy. They carried that shit around for days. Slept with it, took a bath with it, everything else, right? Creepy fucker. Yeah, Candace is a gangster, all right. I love you, Donnie. I love you, Donnie. But don't worry. Don't worry. You go back to jail, Donnie. Oh, everybody on this internet is going to make sure I'm taking care of Donnie because I got a broken foot now. And I couldn't work in Arkansas or in Tennessee because everybody knew who I was, Donnie. I couldn't get a job. I couldn't even get a job at home on the computer, you know, where I didn't even have to see people and I could make a little bit of money. I couldn't even do that. Remember, Donnie, because you broke my finger when you shoved it into the washer that time, Donnie, when you was being mean to me. You fucked my finger up. I can't tie it now, Donnie. I can't tie it now. Oh, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. Why'd y'all get me started? I'm blaming you guys. Ooh. All right, I got 10 minutes left. Somebody say something else and I'll give you my opinion on that too. Ooh. Oh, the bra. You want to hear the bra song? I haven't really practiced it, but I'll try it for you, guys. Let me see if I can get the beat down. Da, 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 da. Okay, and oh, wait a minute. Excuse me. Let me get my voice going. Grand, just put your bra on. There's trouble next door. Grab a pack of cigarettes and meet me on the porch. Donnie, baby mama, about to catch him with a whore. Then just put your bra on. I knew she shouldn't have let that bitch watch her baby. I used to work with her at the Crystal. She always got them good shifts 'cause she had them good tips and cut her shirts off in the middle. Grand, just put your bra on. It's just getting good. Shit's going down in the holler hood. Pants round these ankles, still sporting wood. Grand, just put your bra on. Grand, just put your bra on. Did you hear that? There went the dishes. I hope they don't knock out the table. Suntan City won't look quite as pretty when Allie puts the ass to a table. Allie, put your bra on. There's trouble next door. Grab your pack of cigarettes and meet me on the porch. Donnie, baby mama, put that whore on the floor. Candace, put your bra on. Oh, Grand, just put your bra on. Oh, Allie, put your bra on. Here comes Channel 4. We ain't never been on TV before. Grab the marijuana, stick it in your drawers. Grand, just put your bra on. Kid, just put your bra on. Oh, Allie, put your bra on. Down, down. Ooh, that's the Brawl song. That's actually a real song, and Ashley McBride sings it. I just tweaked it a little bit for the situation. You know what I mean? I'll get better at singing it as I go on and on. Oh, Lord help us. Jesus, take the wheel. Well, I hope you liked my commentating and my little bit of educating. And if you were a little bit entertained, I appreciate it. I always try to keep things light and funny. You know what I mean? Ain't no reason to get mad. Well, I do get feisty, especially when I hear stupid shit. Okay? Because a lot of people have said some lot of stupid things on this internet. Well, Welcome to the internet. I'll be placing some bets. Right? Wait, what? What you doing? Well, I was happy to see you for a bit too, Chloe. Lucy Cat, my enabling ass has sent you your coupons, okay? I sent you the coupons. Eve, you should be getting your heart, they said by the 3rd. So, you got that, girl. I will also be going to the mall very shortly and picking up some new ones, okay? My thoughts on the tree trimmers. Honestly, 24, my thoughts on the tree trimmers are that they are tree trimmers. I don't think any of the tree trimmers had anything to do with Summer. And if it comes out that they did, I will eat crow, okay? I will eat crow. I will go out in the yard and get a worm and eat it for y'all on camera, okay? I think they were up there doing their job. But you got to remember, don't forget, oh Lord, don't get me started on this. Jody Sue, she liked to talk to the tree trimmers. And, oh my goodness, she dropped something one day. I can't remember what it was, but she dropped something one day. And she had a whole bunch of them that were standing around talking to her. And she had to bend down to pick up what she dropped. And oh my gosh, she said they was looking at her cleavage. How dare a bunch of men look at somebody's cleavage that's bending over, Jody? And then she didn't do it more than once. She kept dropping that damn pen. That pen must have grease all over it. Was that pen leaking? Huh? Because you dropped it more than once, didn't you? Over and over. Oh, I got to pick my pen up again. But don't you look at my boobies. Don't you do it, mister. Oh, tell me I'm lying. Funny. Funny. Bend and snap. Tree trimmers have been checked out. Jody Sue wanting attention from horny young men. That's when they put up a cattle crossing sign. We have too much fun over here, I think. Yeah, I wonder what she writes too. I know what she writes. Donnie Wells. Don't tell me you love me, okay? Don't tell Jody Sue you really love me, Donnie. Okay? Oh, I'm so bad. It's a really bad joke about tree trimmers trimming bushes. Hey, you got to remember what the blue cup guy, solo cup guy said on Ziggy's, I think it was, when he was talking about, he was like, well, you know, the strippers from the big towns are a lot better than the strippers from the little town. And Jody worked at the little town strip joint. I didn't say it, Jody. Okay, don't come for me, Jody. Do I need to block you too over here, Jody? She won't come. She wouldn't come over here. Yeah, I seen where he went on PG again. I thought about playing that just to hear it. I haven't listened to it yet. Girl, Lisa Cat, they all need to put some bras on. That's why, David, you're not blocked. I unblocked you just because I'm a nice person. Man, freaking Amazon them some bras, dude. You said you was rich. Send them some bras, damn it. Well, I'm so glad that you all hung out with me for 4 hours. I can't believe I was on here for 4 hours. Oh, I won't be able to talk the rest of the night. For sure. Uncle Dexter got a table dance from Jody back in 98 at the Bottoms Up Show Bar in Bristol, Tennessee. Swear true. I believe you, Dick Dollar. I believe you. That's why I was wanting to know maybe if, 423 Chase, that little old Brad was on, Was he throwing dollar bills at you way back when there, Jody Sue? I'm just asking. You don't even have to, say anything. You can just say yes or no. That's like Jody Sue talking about how Lips was sending her, aggressive emails. That doesn't surprise me. But anywho, I was like, I went into her chat and I was like, hey, Lips mentioned on my channel that you were talking to her behind the scenes. And she never answered me, but then I realized after she did a live and decided to call everybody out that she had blocked on her channel and said I was blocked on her channel. But I ain't lying. Lips will even confirm that. I know she will. So, you know what, Jody? You've been talking to Lips. Or Lips wouldn't have had your number. Lips was talking to Candace when Benny got there, but she was talking to Candace on the phone. She was not there. Okay? Benny even said that. So, Lips, Jody Sue, I don't know. I never really talked to Lips about Brad with Sean. I don't know about that. But, Autumn, yeah, Lips has been to court. Probably more than once. Okay? She's a little feisty character, she is. Yeah, Lips knows things and has receipts, but, I don't know if what she knows really makes a difference to Summer, and I'm going to tell you why. And believe me, Lips knows I don't give a fuck if I piss her off. I just don't think that what she has is in any way going to help find Summer. Because when Lips was getting a hold of the bigger creators, wanting them to help her put together what she knew about Marlena and the texts and stuff, right? I don't know if Cam was going to help her, but they ended up getting into it. She wanted Benny to help her, said that the TBI wanted her to get it in order and send it to them, right? But this is what I'm going to say. If I had information that I think that TBI needed or they said they wanted, I wouldn't care about putting it in order. I would have sent everything I had to them, and I think they're smart enough to figure out how to put it in order. I'm just saying. Okay? I mean, yes, it was stated that Marlena was in the area. Marlena disappeared for such an amount of time. And so the consensus with everybody that what Lips was trying to put out, that Marlena had left for a certain amount of time, no one knew where she went, and that she could possibly be suspect in Summer's disappearance. Right? I've got the Marlena text on them. I ain't never used them. I have never used the Marlena text that I have. That came from Lips. I ain't used it. Not because I give a shit. I'll use them if I want to. But there's just nothing in there that says anything. Okay. Talks about what Marlena kind of thinks. Lip's got a couple videos out about that. I just played them, right? So, I mean, that's just my opinion. I think it was, in my opinion, Liv's putting herself into this case, not necessarily being Candace's friend, right? But these people have inserted themselves in this case for what? For what? None of them. Summer's not home, so you know. And like I said, it's fine if you're, I'll say, a Don and Candace fan, because it's like they're fucking celebrities, right? So you can be a Don and Candace fan, right? Yep, there are a lot of characters. And we know what Don said about Marlena. He had more to say about Marlena when he got out of jail than before he went to jail. Okay. Yep, does seem to be a lot of distractions for no reason. Have I talked about CPS on the 14th? And Don Wells saying we just got it back. Okay, I'm going to explain this and then I'm going to get off here, guys, okay? When Don made that statement, okay, I think people put CPS in the 14th and that conversation where he said that together, and I don't know why. He was on the phone. He was talking to Ziggy. I don't want to put Ziggy's personal information out there, even though she's an open book. But at one time, she was going through a lot of problems, and her mother helped her with her child. Don knew that, okay? And I think Ziggy's even said this. You know, that was a conversation between Ziggy and Don. Whatever they talked about, they talked about. But the conversation that when he was on the phone with Ziggy, was he wasn't saying, we just got Summer back. It was more like, you know how it is when you just get her back or something. I would have to play the conversation again, but he was conferring with Ziggy about, you know how it feels when to just get her back, but he wasn't necessarily putting Ziggy's business out there at the time. So the way he said it, he didn't want to say that about Ziggy's personal life. Okay, so he said it in a way where that didn't come out. But I believe, if I remember correctly, that Ziggy's even talked about that. Okay, so that's what that was. It wasn't that Don and Candace just got Summer back, in my opinion. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm at 4 and 3. That's a long time. See, I said I'm going to start my channel. I'm only going to stay on there an hour at a time, and we'll see how it goes. And every time I get on here, I hit 3 hours and 4 hours. I think Ziggy ever admitted to having kids taken, but I could see her telling him behind the scenes. That's really interesting. It's not a big deal, Autumn. It's not a big deal. It really isn't. What Ziggy talked to Dawn about, what Ziggy had going on in her life, and everything else, that really wasn't anybody's business. But Ziggy's never hid who she is or things that she's done and stuff like that. You better believe everybody who started following the Summer Wells case, their whole life story was coming out. There was nothing these people could hide. Didn't matter who you were. If you were someone that talked about Summer's case, they wanted to know what kind of toilet paper you wipe your ass with every day. Okay? And I have soft toilet paper, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Con Mojo. I'm getting off here, you guys. I hope that I kind of could fill in some stuff for you. Like I said, I'm not a fibber, and I just say things how I remember them. That goes along with whatever I'm showing you, and so you can always recheck what I say. I encourage you to do your own research. Well, Shelley, thank you very much. I'm glad you love the bra song. I haven't got it just right with the tuning yet, but man, oh man, I'm getting better at it, ain't I? All right. Thank you, Eve. I adore you. Thank you, Lucy Cat, and my other mods. I really appreciate you guys. And you know what? Be kind. It don't cost a dime. Thank you, Exploited Innocence. Y'all come back anytime you want. There's my email. Lucy Cat dropped it. Any emails that I get are personal emails unless it's otherwise stated by the person who sends them to me, right? The only reason I showed that email that I've had since, what was it, July of 22, was because it's like, you know what, I've had this shit for so long, and freaking April C, you want to talk shit? I told you, you're not blocked, but if you come on my channel, you're going to come up on my fucking panel, okay? Because I am just fed up with you, girl. Uh-oh. 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 We'll have to get the can out. Bitch, be gone. Bitch, be gone. And if that don't work, I'll sage your ass. Alrighty then. Oh, JLR doing the can. That's not surprise me none. All right, you guys, I gotta get off here, even though I love y'all. I love hanging out with y'all. Like I said, be kind. It don't cost a dime. If you gotta get a little feisty, go right on ahead. I'm always in the bushes somewhere. If somebody needs me, y'all just holler for me. I will come. I will come and save you. Okay? All right. Thank you all so much. I will catch you later. Have a great rest of your weekend. And I'm going to take tomorrow and rest my throat because after 4 hours, I can already feel it going out. And, you know, we had this bad, the ozone layer, and, you know, our air quality has just really sucked. And a lot of it, even though people don't believe it, is coming from the fires in Canada. You know, you can check into it if you want to, but, you know, they're telling us that we'll probably have some sore throats for a few days, maybe headaches or short of breath and things like that. So y'all make sure you take care of yourselves. Lip lock, I love you. You know I do. And I just hate it because she just cleaned her yard up and then turned around, and what happened? She's getting storms again. But we'll be here if she needs us. All right. Pray for everybody, right? And, you know, one thing I'm going to say, no matter what, and, you know, we just can't. I know that I tease a lot of the people involved in Summer's case and stuff, but I do have empathy and sympathy for them, you know. And it's sad that, you know, some of these people just aren't educated, and, you know, things go south for them. So, and let me tell you guys, if y'all talk to anybody who's in jail, okay, you make sure that while you're talking to them, they show you their hands. All right, make them keep their hands up the whole time. I'm telling you. And don't let them say they love you. And if they tell you that you can bring up to $1,000 to the jail cash for them, and you do it, well, I don't know. I think my care meter would be like this. 0%. Okay. Yes, everybody in here are very compassionate people. That's so, I agree with that 100%, Kai Mojo. People in my chat are the most respectful people that I could have ever have found to be a part of my channel in the YouTubian galaxy. Seriously. All right. I gotta go, y'all. Peace out. I will see you guys Monday. Have a good weekend. Flip flop, watch yourself. Don't hurt yourself. You or Bob, either one. And anybody else. All right, later.